men and women that made this possible. So we're going to first give a round of applause to the technical team. We've had 0 technical glitches. You guys are awesome. Another round of applause to the lighting team and the camera team. A bigger round of applause to the men and women behind the IF20 organizing committee, including Professor Sugdaven and the other Sandile. And then to our honored, esteemed leaders, the professors, the Mosomas, give them a hand. The wonderful direction of Miss Marshall. The Ackway team, the youth, the various interreligious members that are attending here, ambassadors, distinguished guests, honored ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a round of applause. And an even bigger round of applause to everybody who participated in the cultural dinner we had last night. I saw your dance moves. I will be sending videos. All right, welcome to another beautiful day of interfaith dialogue where we combine policy and faith. And as usual, I am with my empowering and my very amazing boss, Judith Masangu.
Good morning, everyone. We hope that you are happy to see us as much as we are happy to see you. We know the days are long, you must be tired, but we're very grateful because we're doing a great work. Once again, I'm here with some simple and useful announcements. Once again, don't forget that the QR code helps you access the most updated program. As I'm sure you know, we have lots of changes that happen in between. So to ensure that you know where to go and which sessions are happening, please access the QR code. If you can't, you can find any young person. For those that need French and Arabic translation, please raise your hand or go to the box at the back and you'll be assisted promptly. Any health concerns or medical issues, we do have a medic on the side. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Catherine Marshall, who will give us a summary of yesterday. Thank you.
Well, good morning. We had a very rich day yesterday, so I am not presuming to try to do a full summary. You will have that when the write-ups of each session come out and then when we have an overview of the whole conference. But to give you some of the highlights, I think there were at least 4 different parts, or 5 of the events yesterday. We started with, frankly, a catch-up, where we were trying to put what we're trying to do here in the broader context of the G20 process and more broadly still the global governance process overall. It started with hearing from Rodrigo Alves about the Brazilian presidency of the G20 and the way that it linked into what's happening here in South Africa this year and our mystery looking to the United States in 2026. We also tried to situate the interfaith work that we're doing here in the context of particularly South Africa, where interfaith and faith have played critical roles in the life of South Africa. And I'm happy to say we'll hear more about that from Jerry Pillay, who will be giving us his sense of the lived history of interfaith, and we heard from Rainier. We also had important messages from global faith leaders, from Patriarch Bartolomeo, from Ella Gandhi, who is, I think, a pillar of interfaith globally, obviously the granddaughter of Mahatma Gandhi, but also a key figure on many issues in South Africa, including issues like gender-based violence. And finally, we heard from Sulak Sivaraksa, who's a very challenging, demanding Buddhist leader from Thailand, who has been very much part of the interfaith dialogue over the years. And I gave you a very brief sort of effort to answer the questions, why the G20? Why G20 Interfaith? Why South Africa? And how does what we do try to fit into the broader context? We then moved on to a fascinating panel on one of our leading issues. As you know, you can see here on the signs and the banners all over, the major issues that we're focusing on this year in the G20 Interfaith. But this one is social cohesion and the role of education. And we had a very challenging, I think, an informative set of panels and discussions on that issue. One thing that stuck out for me was the common theme that education is not just about skills and getting jobs. Education is about citizenship and about values, but some of the challenges of teaching values. How do you teach values? And I think the most important theme from that was that you teach values by the way you live and by what you do. We then went on to a service project after the 6 breakout sessions, which we will capture in time. But we went on to a theme of this conference, as I think some of you have heard me cite NATO as a comment of young people in, I think it was from India, but NATO, very sadly, stands for no action, talk only. And our theme here is engagement and action. And it was symbolized by a remarkable afternoon service project where the whole group donned their headgear and worked together to fill boxes for nursery school children. That, I think, was the symbol of what we're trying to do. And the event ended with a remarkable cultural evening, where I think dance was perhaps the major theme. And we have videos that have been captured of many people, which we will be hearing over the years as people look to it. I wanted to comment on one issue that's come up. And it is a classic, I'm afraid, particularly in interfaith, but frankly in all, which is where are the women and where are the youth, particularly when you have what we call manels, which are male-only panels. And I'm afraid we've had a couple despite earnest efforts. But I do want to emphasize to you that we have here some of the true leaders and pioneers, women and youth. I want to emphasize my friends and people I admire deeply, Musimbi, Kanyoro, Amanda, and Husna, Maria Lucia, and countless other people who have, Bonnie, who have broken barriers over many decades, I'm afraid, and who are leaders for Africa and for the world. And so their voices, I think we will hear again and again. And we'll hear the youth voices, we hear them. There will summarize the ACWE meeting, which took place immediately before this one. We'll be hearing about that in the closing plenary. One final comment. You received in your packets 2 booklets that my team from the World Faiths Development Dialogue put together. One of them is a set of statements by leading figures, particularly religious leaders, on why we have this compelling, urgent sense that we need to deal with hunger and poverty. And what we get from that is first the power of the moral voice that comes in different languages, in different forms, different images, but the common theme that the religious communities have a shared, deep commitment to the issues of the vulnerable, but particularly the graphic issue of hunger and poverty. And the second booklet is much more, we talk about the heart, the head, the spirit, but also the hands. And the second booklet summarizes many of the programs and the advocacy groups, the perspectives of different groups that are working on the challenge of hunger and poverty. And we know that this is not inclusive, but it is trying to demonstrate clearly to the G20 leaders and to other leaders, to the Global Alliance Against Hunger, why we are so convinced that the religious voice and the religious experience, the religious example, and the religious leadership are such a vital part of this global effort to end hunger in our times. So one quick last comment, believe it or not, we're coming towards the end of this event. And we will tomorrow have several events that wind up. Obviously, we have today first. But just a reminder that tomorrow morning, because there are airplanes and people will have to be leaving, we're going to be starting pretty early. So that's an early warning. You'll hear that again, that on the program it's 8:30 tomorrow morning. So get some sleep tonight. And meanwhile, thank you all, and on to today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marshall, for that powerful reminder of everything we did yesterday. And I want us to appreciate the rarity that is in this room. We have pretty much every single faith or interfaith body sitting together in peace, in the same room, tackling global issues. No arguments, no saying my God is greater than your God. But we, as different members of different faiths, are exercising our intellectual abilities to have honest and proactive dialogue. So please give yourselves a round of applause for that marvelous work. And it ties in with the subject of what is all on our tags, Ubuntu in action. How do we not become no action, talk only, but Ubuntu in action? We started demonstrating it yesterday when we all came together to package more than 30,000 food packets. For today, we're going to do it a bit differently. We are going to be embarking on a very important plenary on what is the responsibility of faith in solidarity. What is your responsibility as a religious leader in tackling global issues? And for that one, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator, a senior fellow from Forest, USA, Mr. Sam Worthington.
So good morning. I don't see any of that paint from last night that people got on their faces, so you've recovered and all become professionals again, which is good. So with that, all protocols observed to get that. Have a panel, but before we move to the panel, we have a special keynote speaker, Professor Jerry Pillay, who comes as the Secretary General of the World Council of Churches. So Dr. Pillay, if you could go up and we'll listen to your comments, and then I'll invite the rest of the panelists to come up here. We're going to make this panel as much of a conversation as possible, and part of a conversation, by definition, means including all of you. So think of what you might say during your comments. So welcome to Dr. Pillay. Thank you.
Good morning, dear friends, sisters, and brothers. It's a joy and a privilege to be with you today. I want to thank the organizers of this gathering for the invitation to be amongst you and to share some thoughts about sustainability and in terms of religious responsibilities and action. Now, as you all probably know, sustainability is one of the biggest buzzwords of our generation. And indeed, we are here today to reflect on this prominent concept. As a starting point, let us explore the etymology of the term itself. Sustainability is derived from the Latin word sustenere, to hold, which in turn is rooted in tenere, which means to keep, to comprehend, to represent, to carry, and to support. The term carries material, political, ecological, emotional, and spiritual connotations. The term was not much in use until it was retrieved in the 1970s by the influential environmental primer Limits to Growth, where it was used to refer to the means of being resourceful in such a way that things may be sustained or continued in the future by generations to come. As De Witts notes, sustainability is the science to make the earth endure. In the late 1980s, sustainability was picked up by the United Nations in the document Our Common Future, report of the Brundtland Commission, and reframed as what we all know as sustainable development. According to the report, sustainable development entails changes on the level of culture in order to promote patterns of lifestyle that impose limits on human needs and desire. Sustainability thus opposes the philosophy of unrestrained consumerism. Secondly, sustainable development will be impossible unless a new economic approach will be worked out and accommodated across the globe. The concept has been promoted worldwide, more recently in the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, addressing global ecological, economic, and social changes. Significantly, churches had been discussing sustainability more than a decade before it was highlighted in the Brundtland report. A pivotal World Council of Churches Church and Society Conference on Science and Technology for Human Development, which gathered theologians, scientists, and economists from all over the world in Romania in 1974, helped to catapult the term sustainability into international prominence. The idea that the world's future requires a vision of development that can be sustained in the long run, both environmentally and economically, was proposed. The meeting declared, the goal must be a robust, sustainable society where each individual can feel secure that his or her quality of life will be maintained or improved. We can already delineate some necessary characteristics of this enduring society. Finally, a sustainable society requires a level of human activity which is not adversely influenced by the never-ending, large and frequent natural variations in global climate. Since then, the WCC began to grapple with the concept of sustainability and climate change, calling for just, participatory, and sustainable communities. Let's reflect a little on the current context. Scientific reports authored by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystems Services, and the Dasgupta Review have issued stark warnings, telling us that human activity is driving irreversible ecological damage and critical tipping points, such as a permafrost thaw, forest dieback, and disrupted ocean currents, are fast approaching. At current emission trajectories, the Paris Agreement thresholds of 1.5 degrees Celsius and 2 degrees Celsius will likely be breached by the 2030s and 2050s, respectively, with devastating consequences on communities. Other reports have clearly linked the worsening global climate and ecological crisis to the pursuit of affluence, to the unrestricted consumption of wealthy segments of society and wealthy nations, and to continuous growth in human economic activity as measured by GDP. Indeed, according to Oxfam and the Stockholm Environment Institute in 2020, the world's wealthiest 10% were responsible for around half of global emissions in 2015, while the world's poorest 50% were responsible for just 7% and feel the brunt of climate impacts. The rich drive climate change through their fossil fuel investments, carbon-intensive lifestyles, and by setting the tone on consumption, which everybody aspires to. In a planet of finite resources and bounded by ecological limits, the economic dictum to maximize consumption, wealth, profits, and growth spells nothing less than disaster for our ecosystems and ultimately for us human beings who are dependent on it. In other words, our prevailing financial and economic thinking and systems are unsustainable and are at the root of the climate and ecological crisis that threaten life on Earth. The original intention of sustainability, of shaping ecological, social, economic, and cultural dimensions in the interest of the future viability of all life, communities both in the north and south, humans and non-humans, together and in their interaction with one another, has been eroded in an era of neoliberal economic globalization. I want to reflect a little on sustainability and equity, which is one of the big issues in the South African context. You cannot really talk about sustainability without dealing with issues of inequalities. In today's discourse, we need to ask the question, sustainability of what and for whom? There has always been a tension between sustainability and equity, reflected also in the ecumenical discourse over decades. In the long run, this is a false tension. Sustainability and equity are two sides of the same coin. Sustainability can be achieved by addressing income, wealth, health, education, gender and racial disparities, together with the need for global action on energy production and ecosystem protection. Sustainability cannot be achieved without equity, and equity without sustainability, especially if we are talking about the intergenerational equity. The concept of a just transition understands this. The transition to a fossil fuel-free future must be just. This means the cost of the transition must not fall on those who are already vulnerable to begin with, nor come at the expense of the livelihoods of the global poor. A key lesson from the COVID-19 pandemic is that the notion of sustainability includes the question of health. There is a relationship between health and sustainability, human health and sustenance, both now and in the future, are utterly dependent on the health of our planet. To increase the chances of a transition to sustainability, it is necessary to enrich the understanding of well-being on the basis of a relational paradigm in which the dependency of human well-being on the health of the ecosystem is internalized. I reflect a little now on sustainability and spirituality, which is the main purpose of our gathering. Spirituality has a vital role to play in deepening sustainability. We need a spirituality founded on a profound understanding of our intrinsic interconnectedness in God's household of life that motivates us to serve the common good, and a spirit of solidarity that empowers us to a radical sharing with anyone who may have need. Here we have a lot to learn from our indigenous brothers and sisters and from African, Asian, and other traditions as we speak about UBUNTU and other concepts. We need a spirituality that embodies God's turning to the world, meaning that such spirituality is integrated in the experiences of life and not detached from it. Such Spirituality must sharpen our prophetic witness and call out the injustices prevalent in the world today. Prophetic witness and advocacy are imperative. We need a spirituality that expresses care and concern for creation, knowing that the earth belongs to God and everything in it. This perhaps is the greatest thing and advantage that we have as people of faith communities been doing together. Recognizing that this world belongs to God. Recognizing that we have a responsibility to keep this world in good stead. Recognizing that we are called upon as people of faith to protect this world if we are taking God's presence seriously in it. We need a spirituality that encourages good stewardship, reminds us of not only care for the earth, but to manage and use its resources sparingly and consciously, ensuring sustainability for future generations. We need a spirituality of sufficiency or enough to counter capitalistic and market-based values of greed and overconsumption that characterize the workings of our dominant financial and economic paradigms, but also manifest in our daily lives. We need a spirituality of resistance. That is, a spirituality that emboldens us to resist and challenge economic, social, and ecological injustices. And we need a spirituality of metanoia, or transformation, or repentance, a transformative spirituality that seeks the redemption of the whole earth and inspires us to discover creative ways of doing things differently, of developing alternatives. We have a critical task as communities of faith to germinate, propagate, and nurture such a spirituality that drives action. These points I have outlined indicate the responsibility and actions religious actors must engage in to make the world a better place for all people and creation. In the South African context, religious leaders have been working from the time of apartheid, working actively to dismantle apartheid. But even then, we have already started to work on issues of climate mitigation. And we have had people from different faith groups gather for many years now, working with how can we bring these concretely into our church and faith communities in a very actionized way to make it real. But the World Council of Churches has also been spending a lot of time on this whole idea of how do we deal with climate emergencies and crises in which we find ourselves. In 2022, the WCC Assembly identified climate justice as one of its main priorities. In 2023, we established a commission on climate justice and action. The WCC Executive Committee, meeting in Cyprus in November 2024, urged churches to work towards visible unity in tackling the global environmental crisis, mobilizing and amplifying actions at different levels, and participating in shaping, launching, and giving life to an ecumenical decade of climate justice action. And this past June 2025, the WCC Central Committee launched the Ecumenical Decade of Climate Justice Action, a systematic, coordinated, comprehensive, and intensified intervention response to the climate emergency, integrating people from different fields, interdisciplinary levels, faith, science, to reflect on how we can speak into the context of addressing the climate crisis. This particular commission embodies our shared commitment to vision where faith communities show the way in dismantling systems of ecological sin, churches transform into sanctuaries of sustainability and centers of resilience, and theologies, policies, and economies reflect the sacredness of all life. The decade moves beyond words to practical actions on the ground, in communities, with lasting impact. This means transitioning churches to renewable energy, eco-building practices, green budgeting, divestment from fossil fuels, and reinvestment into regenerative economies, supporting local adaptation projects such as food sovereignty and agroecology, and strengthening congregations' capacities in disaster preparedness, eco-diaconia, and advocacy skills. The decade is a collective witness to the gospel's call to challenge injustice, especially where climate impacts intersect with poverty, colonial legacies, wars, racism, and inequality. It is about advocacy for structural change, raising prophetic voices in public spheres, holding governments and corporations accountable, and demanding reparations, and challenging greenwashing and false solutions like carbon offsets and geoengineering. Some concluding remarks. Our approach to building sustainability should not just be local, but global. We can only achieve sustainability together and across North and South and other divides. This means that we cannot merely focus on building green churches and achieving energy efficiency in our places of worship and other buildings, installing solar panels or divesting from fossil fuels when it comes to our pension funds. These are important steps, no doubt, but are certainly not sufficient. We also have to advocate for our sisters and brothers in the Pacific, for instance, and for places in Africa and in other parts of the world where natural disasters are encountered. We need to call upon wealthier nations, mainly responsible for the climate crisis, to provide timely and sufficient climate finance to enable low-income and climate-vulnerable nations to adapt and build resilience to climate change and to compensate for irreversible loss and damage. We need to demand for the cancellation of external debts of these countries and for wealth taxes and for progressive taxes on carbon as called for in the 10 Debt into Hope and Zacchaeus tax campaigns. Achieving sustainability entails nothing less than transforming prevailing economic and financial ideologies and structures. We need to challenge the notion that more is better, the belief that economic growth is always good or is the foremost solution to poverty and environmental problems. We need to come up with financial and economic policies that will shape the way we produce, consume, and invest and help build an ecologically regenerative economy. We must reclaim and renew the meaning of sustainability through the lens of our faith. Our faiths behoove us to build just and compassionate relationships and to share God's promise of fullness of life for all, especially the marginalized in our communities and including future generations. In summary, religious people and religious actors must engage responsible action. 1, to care for God's world and creation. 2, create awareness of the actions that endanger and threaten God's earth. 3, challenge powers, authorities, governments, and systems that does not promote and protect sustainability and growth of all people, especially the poor and the marginalized. And 4, contribute to the construction, conservation, and transformation of society and world, because God calls us to do. People of faith, let us stand up and be counted. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could have our panelists come up and join us up here. I think we might be missing one mic if I have just one regular mic as well. And since we're going to be one more person, once you move over here, I'm going to pull the seat out. Here, go on this side. I think we're, no, I'm okay. I'll break protocol and have a seat so I can at least see all of you here. Well, thank you for that very broad vision of what we need to accomplish here together. And I think the challenge of this panel will be to move down a level to see where I, within my tradition, can make a difference and move from ideas to action in this area. I mean, the climate crisis is only getting worse. We see extreme rain events, wind events, droughts happening around the world. We are in the crisis now. It is not something in the future, and is particularly impacting those who have the least resources to deal with it and the least capacity to cope with its challenges. It is here and now in our lives. And it is causing mass migration, is causing a dislocation of families. It is seeing a tear of the type of equity that we want within our societies. And so it challenges each of us, and each of us within our traditions, to try to make a concrete difference. And faith traditions carry, deep reservoirs that we call compassion, of moral courage, of sort of community connections out there. We can inspire hope, we can mobilize, but it is very much an uncertain future for many to try to live lives with dignity. And so I'm going to be asking this core question of how can we call on our traditions to build resilience and sustainability and a just future in very concrete ways. We have some framing ideas that have already been shared with us. And our panel is going to explore this in some greater depth. And how do we move from the moral authority of religion to direct influence of climate action and policy in ways that we'll open it up to the audience at some point for your ideas on how to do this. And we, in essence, as faith communities, are responding to a reality where millions of people are forced to migrate and leave their homes due to environmental change. And the governments of this world, and particularly my government, the United States, are responding in absolutely the wrong direction and causing greater harm rather than opening their arms. So with this in mind, I want to introduce you to our panel. It's evolved a bit since we've started, it was in there, but we will start with Sister Alessandra Semerelli, who I just noted in looking up is the most senior woman within the Vatican, and I think we are honored to have you as heading up the Vatican's Dioscuri of Integral Human Development, and thank you for joining us. We have Sombum Chumpampri, who, to make life easier for me, said I could call him Mu, who is the Executive Secretary of the Integrated Network of Engaged Buddhists. We have Elder Isaac K. Morrison, who is the General Authority of the Church of Latter-day Saints. And lastly, we're being joined by Rainier Klokenberg, who at the CDC Trust and Faith. And finally, given that we had a very powerful plenary speaker, why not invite Jerry to our panel as well. So I'll start first with a question for Sister Alexandra. The Lampedusa is both a tragedy and a moral call within the Catholic Church. And how have religious institutions, how can they help societies move from this, I would call this current state of what I would call global indifference is happening, to a global solidarity? And what call to action is there in the recent Borgo Ladarossi? And if you could make some comments, Sister, thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you. I'm very happy to be here and share with all of you. And I think this room is full of energy, and I hope that from here we can depart with some call to action, real action. And Lampedusa was mentioned. I don't know how many of you remember what happened in 2013 in Lampedusa, this small island nearby, in between Italy and Africa, the north of Africa. That was a powerful message that Pope Francis wanted to underline at the beginning of his papacy. In summer 2013, an overcrowded boat of migrants and refugees departed from the North African coast and launched into the open sea. Many were fleeing social unrest, political persecution, human rights abuses, climate threats, in the way, and hoping to find shelter and protection on European shores or another destination they could live with dignity and hope and peace. So their vessel capsized en route, however, and most of those seeking refuge drowned in the middle of the Mediterranean. 8 of them survived by shipwreck, by clinging to fishing nets of a nearby boat. They pleaded desperately with those on board to save them. But when the fishermen saw the migrants holding on their lines, they cut them loose to die in the ocean depths. One of those heard about this story was the newly elected Pope Francis. And he said that was for him like a painful thorn in my heart, he said. And so, in responses, he wanted to extend a gesture of closeness with people like these migrants who are severed from human community, and to challenge the conscience of the world, lest this tragedy be repeated. And so in July 2013, he made its first pastoral visit outside the Vatican and this small and isolated island of Lampedusa. So why I quoted this example? One, we have to acknowledge that since there we had many Lampedusa, not only in Europe, but everywhere around the world. Secondly, because the response of Pope Francis was not an intellectual saying or calling someone else to action. He said, I go, and I will do this gesture just to, it was his first trip outside the Vatican, so the entire world was looking at him, and he said, okay, that is what I want, that we don't live, we don't watch these things with indifference. And he made this first powerful speech about the globalization of indifference. And now this is becoming more and more usual, and indifference is something that is killing many more migrants. And when I think of this, I believe that we are not bad people. Indifference is not something that comes out from bad hearts, but is maybe the response of fear, or it's when we see something like this, it's like a painful thorn in our heart, and we can't cope with this pain. So the answer is indifference. And so, but here we are talking about responsibilities and action. So what to do in front of this tragedy? We know that we have to recognize the causes. We know that everything is interconnected, and Pope Francis was very clear in Laudato Si encyclical about that, and that if we don't address the multiple causes, but the open lecture was very clear about this, if we don't do that, we can't address these issues. But we also know that migration will be growing, and we won't stop that. And so we have to be prepared, and we have to face something which is not a problem, but can be a resource. And so I was saying, we have to address causes, we have to be prepared to welcome and to see who is seen, is not seen, because many times migration is invisible. So people that are nobody to become somebody, because no one is nobody in the eyes of God. And as faith, this is our profound responsibility, to share stories, to make people aware. What we are doing as dicastery, our dicastery is the dicastery for promoting integral human development, is to put together all the bishops, all the local communities who are along a migration route. Because sometimes, for example, some bishops from the US, they are not aware where the journey begins, what these people face along the route, and why and how they end up in some place. So we organize meetings along the routes, and bishops from the departure countries, they don't know where these people are going. And we see as dicastery, from our perspectives, when we ask how many churches these people should encounter along the route, the answer should be one. One only church which is able to accompany them, to protect them, to welcome them, and to secure and provide opportunities. But in order to give a concrete example, I know I'm running out of time, maybe I will be shorter in the second round. Pope Francis had another powerful idea, I think. You know that since he started his pontificate, he never made use of the land in Castel Gandolfo, the summer residence of the popes. And he said, I want this place, which was closed, was something just for the Pope, 55 hectares, almost 60 hectares of land. He said, I want this space to be available for everyone and to be a sign and a model of integral ecology. And so he entrusted us, Cardinal Fabio Baggio, other people, I'm part of the board, to develop a project in order to make this dream true. Unfortunately, the inauguration of this place was supposed to be in March, last March, but as you know, Pope Francis died in February without seeing that place completed, but we are making sure that we are taking responsibility for making his dream true. And so what happened in this place is a center for higher education, because if we don't start by training and education, we won't change things in the medium and long term. Education for everybody, since 3-year-old kids. Yesterday we learned that maybe we should start before 3 years old, to the elderly, school, teenagers, university students, but also CEO executives, because as we know, and as we heard before, business sector is the one causing more damage to the environment, so we should start from a conversion in that side. education, and sustainable economy, circular economy and sustainable agriculture. So this land is made by beautiful Roman ruins, World Heritage gardens, but also land for agriculture and farming. So there is sustainable and regenerative agriculture practice, hospitality, restoration. So a person can go there for one day, experiencing something of integral ecology, but also staying there for a week and having training and so on. People will work there and zero waste, sustainability from an energetic point of view. So everything in line with Laudato Si principle and sustainable economy and ecology. But the most important thing is that training is also for migrants, refugees, people victims of human trafficking. And they are welcome there to learn a job. So the training is a vocational training. And we have partners who are coming there for running their business to be part of this training and to employ people coming from this training. We already did 3 rounds of vocational courses, and this is in a small scale a model of how we can live in the light of integral ecology. We want this place to be self-sustainable also from an economic point of view. We won't rely in donations, otherwise this means that it's not possible to live like that. And this is an answer for saying if something here can be done, maybe we can replicate this. But the truth is that we are learning from Africa in building this place, because there are many communities in Africa that have started years ago, and especially we have a model in Uganda, the Bethany Land Institute. Is 10 years that they are doing this kind of job and building a place such as the one in Castel Gandolfo, and so we are very grateful to whom started before. And we hope that this can be a place for inspiration and for saying we can do something. And imagine Pope Leo, who is endorsing the project. And he is going to Castel Gandolfo, but is keeping a small portion of this place for himself. And while he is there, he allows people to continue to run this place. And so he imagine Pope Leo inviting head of states and saying, I'm doing this, what are you doing for the environment? So we hope this can help. Thank you.
Well, thank you for both talking about how the Catholic Church is modeling the accompanying of displaced individuals with bishops, meeting them along the way, the one church all the way, and down to a piece of land and how to properly engage that land. And to me, it translates to these concrete, sometimes small, but also very concrete actions. And I'm going to turn to Mu to give us some examples from out of a Buddhist tradition, of Buddhist communities that are modeling local forms of climate resilience and supporting displaced persons along the way. If you could give some concrete examples from your experience. Over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm using the word everyone, not brother and sister, because it's in between. There are so many. And this year, January, Thailand, we are practicing equal marriage law, which is, we have changed the word, a man and a woman married, to the word, a person married to another person. That is open up more inclusive society in Thailand. and 90% of the parliamentary member voting favor to this law, which is Thailand is one of those. Now we are more open to the equality and that in practice, which is this kind of work, is about 30 years of work that the civil society and different groups, LGBT and so on, is working on, which is I would count this as part of the sustainability in the society, for the society as well. And before I get into the example, I just want to get into the term UBUNTU, which is, as I understood, is the word, is meaning a person is a person through other person, which is the same as in Buddhist concept. We also have the word, the term paticca samuppatta, which is meaning interdependence. The word interdependence is, I think, similar to this UBUNTU, but for the Buddhist term, we are not just only focused on the human, we also go to the sentient beings, and sometimes we are using the word interbeings, which is that is more inclusive, and also we can include into the natural, the being as well. And yesterday topic is very important, especially on education, which is, I think, is very, we really have to rethink about the term education. For me, education is not equally to schooling. Education is go beyond that. And sometimes we are using the term that we are working on, we are called transformative learning. That is, in how we learn and transform into that. If we learn and we cannot transform, what's the use of learning? What's the use of education? Yeah. And so far, as we see that in this modern society, very much focused on individualistic society, which is education also the same. Education designed to focus on individualism, individual, which is that can upgrade, can be, into that level. But the education never designed to strengthen, to empower the community, which is that is one of the value, the thing that we are missing here, especially all over the world. For example, you see now all the communities, all the villages around the world are dying. Only the old people and the kids over there. Whereas that the the youth and also the middle-aged people, where they go? Moving into the city, moving to here and there. Education is another form to make a kind of destruction to the community power. A lot of talented young people get into the so-called education system. Those talented, those who are clever, those who are this and that, and then most of them will be end up in the city, into wherever, and who will be at the community. And if we are going to focus on this vulnerable community, we really need, the first thing is we need to rethink about our education. How we can sustain the community, how we can bring the young people still live in the community and so on. This is one of the examples that we are working on, and also we are partnering with the Global Eco-Village Network. It's a new intentional community that is rebuilt the community. And also we are working on different kind of curriculum that is focused on sustainability. With the, you can get in Google into this Global Eco-Village Network, which is now is over 30,000 eco-villages community, which is also a lot of the community based also on the worldview that focus on spirituality, which may not be the traditional religious, and they call themselves as a New Age community, and also apply the traditional community into it. This kind of thing also, we apply, we help, we are part of that developing curriculum. And also, we are also using curriculum to train a lot of people. For my experience, we are using, we did the 3 months training for the people from Myanmar in the past 30 years. And a lot of them are grown up, after the training, they went back to their community and developed the project from the ground. And some of them able to set up the community in Myanmar and become the NGO, become the local community organization, and so on and so forth. And from that also we help to work and maintain, as well as also we work to develop the curriculum in the monastic education, in the monastic school, also in Myanmar, in Thailand, in Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia. This kind of the work that we are developing, and also, one is for the young monks who to understand deep down into, Buddhism, as well as to respect the other friends' religions. Another one is to understand what's going on in the world. How we can understand about what really means globalization, what really means democracy, how we can develop that from the ground up. This kind of thing also we are working on in the past 30 years, and also is right now, as you know, like the country like Myanmar, with the military coup d'etat. A lot of them are in Thailand. It's about 6 million people from Myanmar in Thailand at the moment. And also we are work, closely with Arigato International to develop the child protection for the young kids from Myanmar that they are come into Thailand. It's 400,000 of the young people in Thailand. And some of them have to enter into the Buddhist community, into the Buddhist temple, ordained as a novice. And we developed this working with UNICEF, Arigato, and others, that is to protect their rights, and also is linking the Supreme Sangha Council in Thailand, and also the Ministry of Social Development, that to work together to protect the rights of the child and the quality of education, that they can understand, not just only with the focus on individual, also is focused on the community and also the society. This is one example. Later on I can share more. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you for sharing the power and reminding us that ultimately all this change is at a community level, and the ability of a people to knit themselves together in a community or village and through their education. I'll turn to you, Isaac, from the perspective of the Church of Latter-day Saints, which has an enormous global response to emergencies and so forth when disasters strike. But what have you learned in terms of a sort of mobilizing faith and faith resources to support communities facing natural disasters or climate displacement from your perspective?
Well, thank you. That is a very good question. Thank you very much. I think, just like we heard from the keynote speaker, that climate change is not a political or a scientific issue. I believe strongly that it is a moral and a spiritual issue. And just like you said, we have been engaged in a lot of response to such disasters. I just want to mention that from the scriptures, we learn from the Savior, Jesus Christ, that all things come to us from the Lord. And the earth is made for our benefit and for the use of man, both to please the eye and to gladden the heart. I just love this quote so much. So it's really kind of excites me about what we are talking about here. We know that many faith leaders and communities are helping in this action, and we thank you for the effort that you are making. I just want to mention two or three things that we have learned as we respond to disaster. One is this, that it is absolutely important that we build strong relationship of trust with faith leaders and communities even before disasters strike. It is absolutely essential. We know for sure that disaster recovery starts way before the disaster really happens. This is very fundamental because the faith communities and leaders becomes the organizational or primary structure within which we can operate and help people who are in need. I have also come to realize that many of the faith communities know their members. They know their needs, they know where they live, they know the family size, they know the special circumstances of those families. And so they can respond very well. However, the challenge is this. Many of these capable leaders do not know themselves. And so it is absolutely essential that we get to build strong relationship of trust, that whenever we are responding, we use the communities and the faith leaders as the primary structure to respond. Again, I have also come to realize, or we have come to realize that we need to encourage a culture of preparedness for emergencies. Many of our families, I mean, I'm from Africa, we know that things here are a little bit challenging, but it is always important that we teach families that they should set aside small amount of things that will become handy for them when there is a disaster. One, for example, coming from my village, if you are cooking a cup of rice, you can just take a couple of tablespoons aside in a bottle that you will do consistently, that will become a buffer for you in times of need. It is important that you get, let's say, a jug of water set aside that would be a source of a lifesaver for you. And anything that you really like to eat, beans and even medication, very, small amount of, for emergency, it is really, really critical. We see that in a large-scale disaster response, it takes a while before those items come. And so if you have some of these things put down as an emergency preparedness for your family, they become very important for you to use. Now, sometimes when disaster happens, we know that it is the poor that feel the effect of the disaster first. But eventually, it gets to everyone. Everyone in the society becomes part of it. It's absolutely important that we get to teach our people to prepare for an emergency. It can happen at any time. Coming from Ghana in West Africa, some few years ago, I traveled with my family to another place, visiting a family. And when we got there, something happened, and we were just shocked to see the reserve this family has in terms of family or emergency preparedness. It was something that could feed a whole community for years. And that's really kind of, provoked my thinking. What am I doing in my own small family to be able to become ready in emergency situations like that? Finally, the last thing that I would like to mention is that sometimes those who are affected in disaster, we tend to neglect them in the process of helping in a disaster response. It is very essential that those affected become part of the healing of the whole community. The natural instinct is that, this person went through so much, so let us, shelter him, let's save him, let's protect him. But if we can let them tell their story of this happened to me, and this is what I did, and this is what I'm going through, they become part of the solution. It helps in the healing process, in the trauma that they go through. They share things together, they can share stories together, they can even try to share small items they have together. It provides so much strong support and helps them in their recovery. Let me share with you a very quick example. I don't mean to let anyone feel any pain, but I want to know that I share in your pain. Some few years ago, my wife and I lost a baby. We lost a child in our home. And it was very difficult for us, extremely difficult for us. Do you know what helped us? Was many members from our community and many members from our faith writing to us or coming to visit us and telling us about their own story. Oh, it happened to you too? Oh, it happened to you too? That brought so much comfort and solace and healing to us. So I feel like we should always involve those who have suffered in helping others recover from trauma. I think I'll just end here. These are the few things that we have learned. Coming from my faith background in the good books, the Savior taught in the book of Matthew, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Once we share resources together, once we share ideas together, we are becoming strong bond of peace community. And that is really what I have learned. Thank you.
No, thank you, Isaac, for reminding us of the power of local agency and local voice and the ability to, through trauma or suffering, to share with others and to come out together. I've just finished a book. I borrowed a phrase from Desmond Tutu, Prisoner of Hope, for the title, and it comes back to this concept of how do we imagine a future that is slightly better than the one we're in, and how can we move towards that? Rainier, moving to this concept of faith-based narratives, rituals that we have where people are processing loss, how do we help individuals find hope, act with courage, and face the disruption that climate is causing around them? If you could elaborate a little bit on the ability of individuals to tap their own reservoirs through community and others to imagine a slightly different future where there is hope and then move in that direction.
Thank you. If you allow me, I will try to make this very contextual in our own context in South Africa by just making 3 points. I studied theology, and my professor always said, if you have more than 3 points, nobody will remember it. So the first point is, it's very tough when people don't have food to talk about climate justice. In many conferences that Jerry and I had with German colleagues, they kept on emphasizing green energy, and we were talking about poverty. It was always a bit of a conflict of priorities. That's reality. So if we can't convince people in South Africa that the challenge of pollution and green energy is just as important for us as the global north that causes most of it, then we can't win the battle. And I want to give 2 examples. our national energy producer, Eskom, is using most of the energy from coal. We have an abundance of coal and an abundance of pollution. So the life expectancy in the Witwatersrand, where most of the coal plants are less. You're dying younger if you live in the Witwatersrand because of pollution. It's just a fact. And that's a link in our own context that we must make clear to every level where we have an influence. This is not only something for the global debate, it directly impacts on life expectancy in South Africa. A second example is one of the companies that we work with, Kumba and Anglo American in the Northern Cape. A former CEO of that company was because of mining endeavors in South America, they captured the CEO and he couldn't catch his flight and he was extremely angry. And he asked, who the hell are the people that are disrupting me? And they said it's a Catholic NGO because the mines are polluting their water. And because of that, they can't produce healthy food. So he had the audacity to go and see Pope Francis. And that was the start of an international dialogue called Courageous Conversations, which is now a global dialogue between big mining companies and senior faith leaders to reflect on what is the impact of mining, not only on poor communities around them, but also in terms of the environment. And the current CEO that I work with, Ms. Mpumi Zikalala, she has transformed the company. Kumba is one of the biggest iron producers in the world, based in South Africa. With new technology, she has reduced the impact just because of available technology. Of course, she has to make a profit, otherwise she will lose her job. But ultimately, new technology and science makes it possible to have less pollution. And linked to the Eskom example, you know, some of your international funders now being part of a new financing deal for green energy, many of them funded our coal plants. But they didn't look the way that we tried to save money. There were too many intermediaries helping themselves on the way. So what happened is Maserior in Germany published a book, in German they call it Wenn nur die Kohle zählt. That means when only the money counts. The technology was available to reduce emissions. It wasn't built that way because it would have cost too much money. So what I want to say with these two examples, last night we had a discussion with Bishop Sepuka and Mr. Mwaletsi Mbeki with business leaders, and one of our challenges in South Africa is accountability on all levels, in our electoral system, in our local government. What happens to the money? Where follow the money? That's previous Minister of Finance was passed on, said, if you want to root out corruption, follow the money and see who's benefiting. Now, I want to take a different route, if I may. Your biggest impact as faith leaders is, of course, your moral voice, your education, but you have a strategic advantage that no other sector in the world has, and that is you're based in every local community. Big companies and governments would give anything to have that advantage. But the issue is, do you see that advantage? How do you act as a local agent, as a mediator, to transform the way you live? Nobody has the footprint that the religious communities have in the world. And there's no one recipe that is the same for everybody at every place. There are differences. But in the chain of working together, we can transform all of this. So all I want to say, accountability also in the green energy is very important. The same guys that funded the coal plants are now going to fund solar plants. So watch out and partner with them. You don't partner with people that don't have money, because what are you going to do? So you have to convince them to put some of their money in what you are doing. And that you can do at every local level. Thank you.
So thank you, Rainier, for reminding us of the potential power that exists in this room in terms of local community action and the ability to link that action to concrete deliverables in there. And Jerry, we heard a very powerful opening keynote from you, and I'll be asking this question also of the audience a bit. If you had to ask your faith community to take one bold action in the next year to advance a more sustainable world, climate justice, protects displaced people, if you had to focus on an action, you listed all sorts of different things, but where would you put your energy to make this vision a little more possible?
Well, I think the key thing is to obviously create awareness, because there are many people who are living in the world who really are not aware, or even if they're aware, it doesn't bother them because it doesn't affect them, so they think. So I think faith communities have the responsibility to create that awareness. But moving from awareness, we need to move to mobilization. How do we mobilize communities and people to engage a lifestyle in which they live differently? And each of us have that responsibility. We need to understand that this living planet is home to all of us. And we each have a responsibility. It doesn't matter who we are. It doesn't matter from what background we come. We each have a responsibility to sustain this world for the next generation. And if we can imprint that in our minds, and if faith communities can do that to our people, then it's already a big stride in terms of moving forward. But also practical living is key. How do we mobilize? One of the things that we did in South Africa, for example, was to talk about eco-congregations. And eco-congregations try to transmit the idea of living eco-friendly lifestyles, of how do we recycle, how do we make sure that we don't use plastic in a way that continues to cause more damage to living creatures. How do we teach people to live consciously and sparingly for others? How do we live in the context in which we are found, where we do not unnecessarily chop down trees and damage the environment? So each of us play that role, and we need to ask the question, what are the practical things that we can do? But I think also from the practical, we need to, and this is important because each of us play a role. Just by living in a particular way, changing our lifestyles, and ensuring that we live in practical ways that thinks about how do we preserve, how do we conserve, and how do we contribute to the climate crisis in a positive way. But also I do think faith communities have to play a critical role in not just putting band-aids and patches on the real problems. We need to understand the real causes, the real root, and get to the roots to eradicate that which actually puts us into a climate emergency situation in which we find ourselves right now. Because without ironing out and addressing the root causes, we're just simply doing patchwork. And it never sustains the future. It never improves the quality. It may do for some people who benefit from it, but the majority of people do not sustain themselves and carry any benefits from it into the future. So we really need to address the key issues. One of the key issues we've been talking about is the political interest. How do churches and faith communities realize that we have a role to play, and we just don't leave it to politicians and economists and other people of different professions? I think faith communities and faith leaders need to understand that this is God's world. And if it is God's world, everybody has a responsibility to live responsibly. It doesn't matter what your profession or whatever you bring into it, you need to live responsibly. And we need to call that into question. We need to challenge that way it is not happening in a positive way. So we need to challenge governments in terms of political interests and agendas, but we also need to challenge the economic systems that are prevalent. How do our economies benefit the vulnerable and the poor? How does it continue to make the rich richer and the poor poorer? We need to be prophetic about these things. We cannot be silent. We need to be vocal, and we need to advocate for change. But one of the things that we also need to do as faith communities is not simply sit in the armchair of criticism. We need to get together and work together as faith communities, different faith communities, to ask, what alternatives can we provide? That's a key thing. And we must not think that we do not have anything to offer to economics or to whatever. It's not only in the area of ethics and morality, but also in the area of practical living that we have much to contribute as people of faith. Now, let me give you one example. Some of the churches and some of the Christian organizations have established a group called NIFIA, which is the New International Economic Financial Architect. And this group of people, they sit down and work together to try and find new economic systems. We just don't simply criticize governments for capitalistic systems and so forth. And we now say, what kind of economic systems may work better? So faith communities have a responsibility. So we have a responsibility on the level of the ground in working with people on simple, practical issues so that each person can live in a responsible way. But we also have a responsibility to tackle the big global issues and the root causes. But we also have a responsibility to contribute positively to change that speaks and creates a better world for all people as God wills for us. So I think faith communities have a very vital role to play. And I'm really happy that we're having these conversations because we have been having these conversations. But I do think that our strength comes together when we work together and when we say to those who are in authority that enough is enough and we have ideas of how we can change the world in which we think, in which we know is full of struggle and strife, but we have some positive injections to make the world a better place for all of us. So we have a responsibility as faith communities, and we must not leave it to others. It is our responsibility. These others too, who are professionals, also belong to faith communities. A lot of them do. And how do we speak to them and work with them in engaging conversations on policy changes, and reasserting new ways of thinking and principles that actually supports justice, supports equity, supports freedom, supports development, supports community building, and a world of togetherness where all are treated with respect and dignity.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that very powerful call to action, I would call it that. And then if I look out at all of you here, and I know I said I'd have people a chance, there are some mics out there, and I want to particularly focus on the women in the audience or others whose voices have not been heard. But if you would be willing to stand up and grab a mic and give us a very brief example of a call to action that you have done based on some of the themes that we have heard up here. So I'll move with this. There's two ladies right up front here.
Thank you.
How do you open this thing?
So my name is Usha and I'm representing the Brahmo Kumaris. I want to thank each speaker. I think what you said was really very powerful.
Thanks.
But there's a third thing that seems to jump up each time I heard each of you, and that call to action is something we do to the being. We are human and beings. What we see at the moment is in our human world, all the side effects of what has happened to the being. And somewhere along the line, the being has actually been compromised. The natural nature of the being is peace, purity, love, happiness. And we've actually, in a way, sabotaged the existence of the being by focusing on the physical. And so what our doctor was saying, that spirituality is reawakening, that I am actually the being who is creating thoughts of peace and love and happiness. And then when I work with that pure energy, the actions I'll do will not be corrupt, will not have anything that will harm others. So every speaker actually was asking, why is this happening? And I think the focus is too much on the physical, too much on the authorities. In this room, if each one of us took a stand and became vegetarian and stopped eating meat, we would actually help sustainability. And I think these things, we're looking at policies, but actually we are the custodians of this earth. What am I doing? And this is what the organization that I belong to represents. Solar energy can easily be harvested with mirrors. allowing local community to actually build the plants itself. And there's a sample of this in the Arivalla village in India itself. Even with agriculture, if we created more positive thoughts when we're planting, we'll have more harvest. And those yogic families are also examples in different places. So I think the feeling I'm getting here is that we're asking, why has our world become the way it is? And yes, it is a moral issue, but I was thinking more it's an ignorance. We've actually forgotten that the soul is the driver of everything, and we're letting the human dominate us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Usha. My name is Haley Fudu, Haley Simanyane Fudu. I was really drawn to the word that my brother said, mobilized in practical ways. I think if we are going to be volunteering, and we do it with a spirit of collaboration and humility, going into spaces where we have vulnerable groups to build the capacity to find their own solutions. And my brother, my Buddhist brother, when he was sharing stories, it really invoked this very specific story that I thought I would share, because we learn through story if we look at indigenous knowledge systems. I was watching a video by the Baha'i International Community about this village. And in this village, there was no school. And so unfortunately, these children at a very young age had to be sent to boarding school, breaking their mother's hearts. If I cry, crying is a superpower, it's fine. So these women were illiterate, they didn't have the capacity in that space to have their own school. So these children had to be bussed off to boarding school. And so some volunteers with a spirit of collaboration and humility went into this village to start with children's programs, junior youth programs, study circle programs, with an interfaith approach, using Baha'i materials, but in an interfaith way. And the literacy went up in that space. And it got to a point where these women, these mothers, said, we're ready to start our own community school. And they found their own solution. And they brought up their own community. And then when we were talking about building new eco-economies, and when you have the capacity of the village rise up like that, what ends up happening is you have micro-businesses that begin, and the whole community starts to lift itself up. So I'm sharing that story because if we look at ourselves as global citizens, and we look at how we can support these types of initiatives that help people find their own solutions, then we have a sustainable way forward where we all prosper. And I also just wanted to acknowledge my brother from Ghana. Thank you for sharing your story. And I think we need to often move from theory into story, because that's the things we remember. And that's the things that we then create our new stories together. So I just want to thank you all for sharing your insights. I've learned a lot from all of you. And I think we can also learn a lot from this little village that moved themselves into prosperity through these methods of community building, children's programs, youth programs, study circles, and building their literacy. So thank you so much.
So, all right, I'll do one more question in the back there. Or I guess one more question. No, take the mic. Yeah, go ahead. You could go ahead. It's fine. Sorry.
I'm Santosh. I just want to quickly tell a simple step that we have taken in action in India. 12 years ago, we started doing this to address the issue of hunger and malnutrition. So we taught school children to save the seed and sow the seed. The simple thing, any fruit you eat, do not throw the seed. Seed has life. So we set up seed bank in schools. Now fast forward 12 years. This year, the government gave us permission in the city I live. In Delhi alone, we have now seed bank in 5,000 schools, and there are 5 million students. If everything goes well, we will have a crisis now. Because if 5 million students save an average of 200 seeds, we will have 1 billion seed. And the good thing is, people always tell that no, trees are cut, 15 billion trees are cut every year. So now we say that probably we should now have 30 billion seeds saved and planted. And 700,000 villages are there in India, and in every village now we are creating what we call nutrition forest, or food forest. And now we are now not known for hunger and malnutrition. Now people say that this is actually a simple action idea that is going to positively impact the greater problems of climate change, global warming, and several other things. So it's a simple action. We are doing it faithfully, and actually anybody can do it. And the good thing is, in the last 12 years, we have not spent any money. We only taught the children, save the seed, sow the seed in public places, create nutrition forest. No one should call anyone thief for taking a fruit and eating. But the positive impact on environment, water, soil is amazing, and we are very excited about it.
Thank you.
Good story. Very good.
I'm extremely happy that I got a chance to share that little action that we are taking. Thank you.
There's just one more gentleman here, then we'll have to close off. Go ahead, sir.
I am representing ITOSA. ITOSA is Interfaith Dialogue of South Africa. And also in ITOSA, I'm representing Kamatikmata. Kamatikmata is a religion of South African natives. I wanted to ask a question, and I wish I could get an honest answer. You know, I wanted to talk about the disaster, particularly in KZN and in Eastern Cape. Recently, about the floods that happened in Eastern Cape. I am the prince of the forest, the bushman. We live in the forest. Each and every disaster, before it happens, our sages inform me, and I inform the premier either in Eastern Cape. Premier, there is a disaster that is coming. You know, the problem here, when we raise this issue, because this issue is tied with the land, so they thought that maybe we wanted to raise the Khoisan issues which has been suppressed. In Eastern Cape, I wrote an email to the Premier, Oscar Mabuyane, 2 weeks before the floods. And I said, Premier, I demand a meeting to meet you and see how can we stop this disaster that is going to consume a lot of life of the people. And the Premier neglected me. 2 weeks after the disaster, I wrote him an email, and I said to him, are you think that you are a credible leader to represent the people of Eastern Cape? Look what has happened in Eastern Cape. A lot of people have mourned, are mourning, because we try to inform you, but I don't know what can we say, because this issue has been theorized. It's not a theory, but the African indigenous spirituality has been neglected in the table to offer the solution to the problem, because this problem is a spiritual problem. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that powerful question to end on here. We've had a panel that has done a very good job from different faith traditions of rooting things from the individual, from individual action, individual choice, to communities and what we could do to communities, to the concept of broader voice and pushing back. And this ties nicely into this last point. There are times when we raise our voice and say things need to change, and it is ignored. It is not heard. And in essence, a disaster that could have been avoided happens because people did not listen. But that means that you have to continually raise your voice again and again. And this is the power of this broader community, this ability to raise your voice from wherever you sit, to act within your own lives, to act within the lives of others. And I really want you to join me in thanking the panelists for providing a very broad overview of what it means to live sustainably. Thank you very much.
When are you going back, Jerry? When are you flying back?
So I think if I understand it correctly, we are ending and we have a break for the next half hour. I'm looking for the organizers over there to tell me what to do next. But I do want to really, again, thank the panelists for framing this question in such a positive way of showing what is possible and not just the frustration that we all face. Thank you. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for that powerful panel. Ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of Ubuntu, we're going to have tea together outside for the next half an hour. So please enjoy the networking and the company. And we are going to turn this room into breakout sessions. Oh, we're not going to turn the room into breakout sessions. So you can go have tea, and then we will come get you when we are ready to resume.
Quick announcements. For those that are leaving today or tomorrow, please ensure that you go to the registration table to inquire about transport and times of travel. Additionally, please ensure that you consult the program. After the concurrent session, we're going to come back here for the second plenary. Please ensure that you keep up with the program. Thank you.
Okay, now I gotta get everybody.
We kindly ask that you exit the ballroom as promptly as possible, as this room has to be converted into breakout rooms. The sooner we can exit the ballroom, the sooner we can set up for breakout rooms.
to this session. What we're focusing on here is trying to dig a bit into some of the polarizations, some of the tensions that are affecting the world today, and therefore one of our major themes, which is bridges. Though sometimes when I talk about bridges, I note that bridges are walked on. So sometimes it's not the most comfortable position to be in. But one of the great themes that people talk about in terms of the assets, the comparative advantage of religious traditions, is their holistic vision. The common themes, the linkages, the interlinkages, the interconnections that we increasingly know are the centerpiece of world affairs today. So we're going to talk a bit about some of these divisions and some of the ways in which we're trying to cross different bridges and different polarizations. So I'm going to have to keep looking behind me just to remember the order, because I'm going to stick to the order.
You have it right in front of you.
Okay, I can, yes, okay, that's good. Thank you for reminding me. So I'm actually going to start with one of my colleagues, the Reverend Susan Hayward, who has been a colleague in many different settings. But let's start with one of the elephants in the room at the moment, which is the United States, and the demolition of the capacity of several different organizations that have been working to try to bridge the gulf between the religious and the secular institutions that deal with policy, with government policy. And I think Susie is particularly well placed. She spent many years working in the U.S. Institute of Peace. She's been also a scholar. She's actually writing her PhD dissertation at the moment on the topic.
My advisor.
And so she's going to give us some sense of what you see as the immediate fallout, and where are the divisions, and how do we bridge them? And just as a warning to all of you, you will get a little sign at 3 minutes. We want to try to keep this as a conversation. So keep it short, please. The KISS principle, keep it short and sweet. But we also want to keep the conversation going. So over to you.
Okay, I will keep it short. Thank you, Catherine, and thank you to all of you for joining. So as Catherine mentioned, I've been involved over the years with doing some of this bridging work between the world of diplomacy and U.S. foreign policy and the world of faith. And I've done that in a couple different ways. One is by working with faith-based actors, especially in peace-building efforts through the U.S. Institute of Peace, but the other is in developing what we call the religious literacy of U.S. foreign policy makers and actors. So helping them understand how religion intersects with social and political and economic institutions and agendas, and how to understand the religious landscape in any given context in order to navigate it effectively, partner when it makes sense with religious actors and organizations in order to advance democracy, peace, human rights, development agendas, and so on and so forth. That was called strategic religious engagement. For a time, that's kind of how it became coined within U.S. foreign policy. Actually, during the first Trump administration is when that term rose to the fore as the reference point for this effort. And as Catherine mentioned, a lot of the places where that work was being done has now been dismantled in the second Trump administration. So USAID was a center of a lot of that work. The United States Institute of Peace, where I worked, it had a long-standing religion program. USIP no longer. Well, it's in a sort of quasi-existential, uncertain space right now. The efforts within the State Department, the U.S. Foreign Ministry, for strategic religious engagement has been shuttered. So the work continues a bit in the Defense Department. But I'm part of this effort now that is seeking in the diplomacy and development space to capture some of 4 decades of lessons, guidance, policy, about how to do that kind of bridging work between what we think of as secular institutions and then what we define as religious spaces and institutions and organizations. And I used all my time up with just giving that background. So let me just say one thing by way of how I'm thinking about this current moment right now is actually as an opportunity. Of course, there's a great deal of anxiety and concern about the shuttering of this particular work, because I still believe that it's incredibly critical to understand religious spaces and influences and factors and work with faith actors. I think a lot of us here would agree with that in order to advance these agendas and these priorities, especially at a time when we have democratic backsliding and there's this turn away from human rights and from commitments to peace in the US and elsewhere. But I also think the dismantling of some of these institutions, while I wouldn't have supported it, especially not in this way, creates an opportunity for rebuilding and reimagining how to integrate this work in the future in a way that's going to help us get past some of the challenges we had, trying to reform very calcified bureaucracies, organizations, and institutions that were operating already with sort of historic assumptions and ways of partnering and so on that were difficult to come up alongside and partner in authentic ways with faith communities. And to, we talk about efforts being siloed. Well, all the silos are gone at the moment. So I'm actually, maybe it's the Christian pastor in me, but I am kind of leaning into the hope of this as being an opportunity for us to, instead of trying to reform organizations that were showing a great deal of resistance to reform, being able to think anew about how to do development, how to do diplomacy moving forward, that can be far more systems-based, that can be far more flexible and open to approaching things in a way that's, isn't fixed from 50, 60, 70 years ago. So I'll stop there for now.
Well, thank you. And I should mention that the Berkeley Center that several of us are associated with at Georgetown University has a new project, which is basically trying to preserve and protect the information that's been established, but even more to try to do some creative thinking about what we do next. Well, let's turn now to another colleague of mine, Jose Casanova, who just to sort of give a snippet, he's considered the world expert on issues of religion and secularism. He has a book that we've been celebrating that was published, what is it now, 30 years ago? Something like that.
94.
On religion in the public square. But I think Jose focuses a lot on something we hear a lot about here, which is the divide, the supposed divide, let me give away a little my sense, between the secular and the religious. And what is secularism? Is it a thing? Is the religious a thing? And how do we think about those divides? Over to you, Jose.
Well, thank you. Yes, I've spent my life studying this divide, but trying to bridge the divide. So I am a professor of theology and sociology, and I'm a sociologist among theologians and a theologian among sociologists. And I'm a religious voice among secular colleagues, and I am a secular voice among my religious co-religionists. We need to bridge this divide, especially today. For a long time, we religious people have been knocking on the door. Please let us sit on the table with you. We have something to say. Today, the secular table is broken. Secular politics at every nation in the world is broken. Global governance is broken. And we have a voice. And we have to use our moral voice to reset the table. We cannot simply think that we can simply reform what we have. Pope Francis, we heard what he did, but what he said, in Fratelli Tutti, he has a fantastic paragraph. He was writing Fratelli Tutti in the midst of the COVID epidemic, or crisis. And his point was, looking at how we have responded to the crisis, if you think that the only thing we need is just to reform what we are doing, we are not facing reality. We simply have to rethink our whole structure of doing things globally to precisely find global responses to the global challenges. And the religions, and particularly my own church, is the most global of any NGO and the most local of any other institution in the world. And it's how to use both global and local together. We heard Sister Esmirelli this morning. What difference does it make if all the bishops and all the parishes from Latin America to North America see themselves as one single church? And we have so many sisters here in these meetings. I was sitting with a sister from Zambia, very small congregation, only 40 somewhat members. Sisters, you have the power in the church. You have to use it. Your network is unique. You are so locally embedded. You do so much work in your own local community, but you have the power, if you link together, to do something at the transnational and at the global level as well. So to us, it's the first time that actually Catherine has brought me to the interfaith. I always hear from her all the story. I know what you are doing, but believe me, at a time when secular people cannot talk to one another, are polarized, we were accused, religious people, of being irrational, not knowing how to discuss, not knowing how to do dialogue. We are the model. We are the model because we have begun the process of recognizing each other as different and unique. What makes us different is each religion claims to be unique and different, and yet has a universal message to all of humanity. And this is what makes us different and unique. So we ask for accepting diversity in equality and working equally in diversity. And this is a model for the globe that we have to propagate, because the nation state as a model is based on exclusive nationalist egoism, and the global governance, whether the transnational United Nations or Davos, simply are structurally unable to respond to our global crisis. They've proven for the last 50 years they cannot respond to the global crisis. So we at least have to think, use our networks and our prophetic voice and our creativity to do something.
Thank you, Jose. Let's turn now to Bonnie Dougal. Bonnie has spent many years in working within the United Nations system from many different angles, representing the Baha'i faith, but dealing with gender issues and everything else. But one of the divides that is a divide within the policy communities dealing with religion is between a focus on religious freedom, which is a whole world in itself, and what Susie was talking about, the religious engagement. And how do you see both the divides and the ways to bridge them?
Thank you so much, Catherine, and I'm so happy to follow Professor Casanova and Susan, because it's exactly what you were saying. The Ubuntu philosophy that we are talking about these days, at the core of that is our interconnectedness, and not just as human beings, but of these issues. I have been at our United Nations office for 31 years. My office has been there since 1948, and we were even at the League of Nations before that, engaging in these issues. And we started, my office and with some partners, we started the Faith and Feminism Network, exactly to do that, bridging the divide between the secular and the faith actors for gender equality. We've been trying very hard, and I worked very closely with the Mormon representation at the UN on freedom of religion or belief issues. Unfortunately, we don't see, I mean, there's a lot, most of the members of the community that are working on freedom of religion at the international level come from faith traditions, and they're really committed to the issue. But we don't always see that translating on the ground. So I think that is one divide we need to see, because the congregants on at the grassroots aren't always aware of what's happening regarding freedom of religion globally. And very few know that there's a special rapporteur on freedom of religion or belief to whom you can send complaints or ask questions or read the reports that they're producing, both on a thematic level, also on at the level of different communities that are facing difficulties. Very rarely do you have faith communities standing up and making statements on behalf of other faith communities that might be suffering, especially when it's at local and national levels. So, and that would be extremely powerful. But we need to do this better, because if we were working together, the impact would be so much greater and impactful. So those are some of the challenges there. I mean, I could keep talking. There's a lot more to be said, and hopefully we will as the conversation unfolds.
Great. Well, let's turn now to the African focus specifically, and Ambassador Salah Hamad is in the context of the African Union. I'd be interested in what you see as the sort of polarizations and the divides that have something to do with religion. Obviously, there is the whole complex question of conflict, but there's also uniting behind moving in a positive direction towards development and humanitarian assistance. So how do you see the divides and the bridges?
Thank you so very much, Dr. Catherine, for giving me the floor, and also for inviting the African Union Commission to be part of this conversation. I'm delighted and honored to be part of a panel that is gender balanced as part of this wonderful conference. I also wish to bribe my daughter here to give me an extra minute if possible. I'll give you a piece of chocolate later. I'm bribing her because simply the question is not easy to answer within 3 minutes, but I will do my best. As we all know, that the African Union Commission is an intergovernmental organization that currently has a member of 55 member states, African member states. The African Union Commission is the secretariat of the African Union, and the African Union mandate is to, of course, produce and develop policies, instruments, treaties, strategies, programs, activities that assist the 55 member states at the national level to promote good governance, democracy, rule of law, human rights, and of course, stability, peace and security, and development. And at that level of developing the process, we have really came to understand and to be convinced that we need to extend bridges and reach out to various entities, organizations, and I would say groups of various school of thoughts and religions, civil society, media, academia, in order to enrich the process so that we can try to achieve the ultimate goals of developing a continent that is united, prosperous, and peaceful. And as a result, throughout the process of the development of policies, the various policies, instruments, and pronouncements, we found it extremely, I would say, beneficial to the African Union and also to our member states to involve the religious institutions. We currently have a number of memorandum of understandings, MOUs, with various institutions. But lately we realized that there is another bridge that we are yet to cross. That bridge is that the organizations we are partnering with, they don't really take into consideration the participation of women and youth. And therefore, we were able to, or forced to some extent, I would say, or obliged, to develop two strategies that are quite important. One of them is the women empowerment strategy, and the other one is the youth engagement strategy. And the purpose of these two strategies is that while we are discussing or negotiating an MOU with any entity that intends to partner with the African Union, to make sure that the MOU has elements or references to the need to engage youth and women. And I think if we see today, most of our participants here, if they are not youth, they are at least youth at heart, of course. But we really need, I would say, there's really need to involve the youth, because they are not really the leaders of tomorrow, they are also the leaders of today as well. And why we need to focus on youth? Africa is a very young continent, as we all know, with a population of 1.4 billion, but 65% of this number is below the age of 35. So that is why there's really need to involve the youth. We have really tried our best to also partner with religious institutions when it comes to peace buildings, peace negotiations, and also post-conflict reconstruction. But we realize that the message is always on the top with the religious leaders, but it does not really come down or trickle down to reach the youth and those who are the agents of change and the agents of destruction based on the instructions or the guidance that they receive from the religious leaders. Let me end by saying that there's always, especially from the African Union perspective, that there's really need to join hands, because promoting peace and security in Africa, promoting development in Africa is a collective responsibility. And we count heavily on our religious institutions, the various religious institutions we have in Africa, to share that message all the way from the top down to, down to the bottom. So then those who are far away from the media outreach, from the media connections, can get the message through the church, the temple, the mosque, and other religious institutions. So certainly, it's quite important to sustain that partnership and to enhance it and to strengthen it. Thank you very much.
Good.
Well, thank you
Thank
you for highlighting two issues that are running through this whole meeting, which is obviously the roles that women play, which has, I think, particular challenges in a religious setting, but also youth. There's a fascinating book, called Youthquake. I don't know if you've seen it, which is about the extraordinary demographic projections and current realities that are very specific to Africa. And so with that, I can turn to Brian Adams, he's coming, he wants to bring up the rear. So Brian is next. And the question for you, basically, you've been very much part of ACWE and the session, the day-long event that took place on Sunday here, leading up into this event. What do you think about this basic question of youth at the table? I mentioned this morning the idea that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So how do you think we're doing in having youth at the table? And more important, what's making it difficult, and where do we go next?
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Ambassador Salah, amen to that. I was itching in my seat to just say, go for it. If I were to have a fancy PowerPoint presentation, it would have the title, Giving Youth a Place at the Table, right? And then I would have this animated strike-through that would fly across the screen and land on that title and wipe out the words, a place at. And it would leave us with giving youth the table. And so I want to share 3 examples of what this means. This may seem totally crazy, but I'll give you 3 examples very quickly of how this works and how well this works.
I'll give you a professional example, I'll give you an ecclesiastical example, and I'll give you one that engages in civil society to kind of try to cover everybody that may be here. So the professional example, for 10 years, I directed the work of the Center for Interfaith and Cultural Dialogue at Griffith University in Australia. And a few years into that, we, like every university center, we had wonderful students who came as interns and worked with us. But a few years into that, I thought, I'm going to change the question I ask when I interview these students before I offer them a role. And the question I asked is, how can the center help you advance the work that you want to do someday? What is a project that the center can help support you do while you're here? It was remarkable, the ideas. Not every student, of course, had great ideas and did great work with it. But some of the best work that we did locally at our center was led by the students, and we supported them in that. It was fabulous. Smartest move I ever made, I think, as director, was giving that table to them. An ecclesiastical example is, for many years, I served as a bishop in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And during that time, a few of those years, I had a congregation that was made up of young single adults between the ages of 18 and 30. And so the head of our women's organization was a young single adult between the ages of 18 and 30. The head of our men's organization, the same. The head of our Sunday school and leading the instruction for the entire congregation. All of these people, my executive secretary, all the great leadership that we had were youth in this age group. They're the ones who came up with, what are the themes that are most important for us? How do we address it? How do we work together? What are the projects we want to give to the community when we give service? And I was able to sit at the table with them, but they ran it, and they did wonderfully well for 3 years. I had that wonderful opportunity. And the third example is already over my three.
You can quickly give your third.
I'll give the third example very quickly. Is Ackway. More than 10 years ago, we've been going for 10 years now, but more than 10 years ago, the founder of Ackway, Rawad Mayoub, came up with the idea, let's have an organization not just focused on the youth, but led by the youth. And so our executive committee, our organizing committee, all the work they do, this is the youth that's doing. I'm the chair of the board of trustees, but my job is to support the executive director, Lilia, who is here. My job is to help maintain governance structure and all of that. But the work that is done, the issues that we address, the partners with whom we engage, this is all driven by these amazing youth that lead our organization. And so there is always risk when you have any human deciding what the table is. But the reality is, it works if you give youth the table. And so that's the general message I want to leave today. Thank you very much.
Okay, very clear message. We come now to Sean Cleary. I don't know if Sean even knows how he's influenced the G20 Interfaith, because he was involved in the German presidency of the G20, where the basic message was that if we were not addressing G20 issues, we were irrelevant. And Sean corresponds regularly with the Secretary General of the UN and Vatican leaders, etc. So he's very much involved in global governance issues. So he'll help us to sort of help frame where we're going on these complex issues that we're dealing with.
I'd love to be able to help, Catherine. I think on the way to helping, I'm going to make it more difficult. I'm a great believer in the underlying proposition that diagnosis has to precede prescription. And I'm going to build on where Jose began, but many of you have spoken to the same issues. There are two sets of problems, one of which relates to each one of us individually, qua mammals, and I think everyone in this room is probably a mammal. Mammals are basically driven by three neurochemical urges. This is a vast oversimplification, but forgive me. The first is fear. It enables you to survive. The survival of the species is a function of being able to perceive threats, and as a consequence, you survive. That's driven by the amygdala into the adrenal system, which produces adrenaline and cortisol, and so we survive. The second is want. Want is a function of two things, and forgive the brutality, but it's lust and greed. Lust ensures the survival of the species, hence the enormous growth of the population of Africa at this particular point in time. And greed enables essentially what the squirrel does in collecting nuts before the winter. It enables survival in tough times. This is a series of dopamine issues, and every one of us is driven by them. We modulate them if we're sensible, but broadly speaking, it is a second driver. And the third is something where women have an enormous advantage. It's social empathy. It's driven preeminently by a neurochemical hormone called oxytocin, and it is released preeminently during breastfeeding. Men have the best shot at getting that if they watch a beautiful sunset. When those three are in balance, communities thrive. When those three are not in balance, when fear or greed or lust dominate and social empathy is in recession, we get the world we've got today, which is why Jose is worried about it. And what have we got today? A surge in geopolitical conflict, the collapse of normative acceptance of the same rules across the entire landscape, including peremptory provisions of international law that we think of as jus cogens. And all of that is happening on the cusp of the largest technological revolution in human history, which is combining infotech, biotech, nanotech, and neurotech simultaneously with enormously disruptive effects. I'll come back to a little bit of contribution on prescription later, but that's our challenge.
Great.
Yes.
Well, I think we have our challenges set out very, very vividly and very clearly. And just coming back to our first challenge of religion at the table, we obviously have to ask which tables. I'm going to go back through each one of you very quickly for 1 minute, and then we'll try to open it up. I don't even know how much time we have left. Someone can give me a clue as to where we are on the timing, since I don't have a clock in front of me. But the basic question is, how do we bridge these divides? And I do want to come very quickly back to a history of my life that many of you know, that I worked in the World Bank at the time that the president, Jim Wolfensohn, saw a huge gap in the understandings of international development because there was no place for the religious voice, and so launched a dialogue. But the first piece of that story is that there was enormous opposition from almost every government that was represented at the World Bank, 183 governments. And Wolfensohn, with a slight exaggeration, was fond of saying it was 0 to 183. But the basic discussions came to, first of all, that religion was seen as a source of conflict and tension, and that conflicts are religious. The second is perhaps one that we're grappling with a bit more directly, which is the idea that many religious institutions oppose elements that are seen as central to development, and that is the role of women, for example, and the reproductive health issues, and some other very basic ethical issues. And the third was a false assumption that religion would become less important with development, and therefore it comes back to another word we're hearing often here, which is priority. In other words, where are you putting your emphasis? So we've worked now for about 25 years, all of us in our different places and in our different roles, to change the understandings and to change it. But we're also facing a world where other polarizations and divisions between, for example, development and humanitarian work, the peace-building world, economics, and social, are also breaking down in new kinds of institutions. So if each of you could give us a couple of minutes of wisdom on what you think we should do, both as the G20 Interfaith, but also each of us from where we are. So Jose, over to you.
Before I spoke very positively and hopefully about religion. Religion is part of the problem. Our religious institutions are also part of the problem. My own Catholic Church has two problems. One, it's part of the war, and therefore it's polarized within as much as the war is polarized. Certainly the US Catholic Church was totally polarized under Francis. Hopefully, Pope Leo, being American, thinking more moderate, conservative, can have the power to tell Vice President Vance your voice when you said that we must love ourselves first and our family and our citizens, and later, if there is some love, we can live for the others. That this is not a Catholic, this is not a Christian vision. And so we need to have prophetic voice within the church to silence those who in the name of religion are saying something which is simply should not be said. And second, the question of gender is crucial. It's crucial even for self-survival. Why Europe is so secular? Because women stop going to church. Mm-hmm. And if women stop going to church, there are no children in the church. Mm-hmm. So it's back to the question. So unless, and today, young women do not view the church clerical leadership with credibility. Mm. Even if they like what they say, they don't listen because they have no authority. They have lost the moral authority. So we have to, that's why I mentioned the sisters. You have the power to change the church from within. And you have to do it because it's your own voice that we need within the church. The real problem in many of our institutions is males. Males. It is these males that have no empathy and therefore greed and for lust. You women have to help us, to be better mammals. And that's what you do very well. I mean, we need so much, before we become humans, we need so much you mothers for us to become humans. But you have to continue doing that. So it's very important. As long as the Catholic Church talks of gender ideology, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Because it's a way of shutting up the very question of women inequality within the church.
Needless to say, I'm quite empathetic with what Jose says, and I would add grandmothers.
Yes, well, of course, women.
But let me turn, I jumped over because Jose was smiling at me. But Susie, where do you see us going during this very, shall we say, complex and demanding time where we find ourselves?
Yeah, I was having coffee several years ago with His Holiness the Karmapa before an event that we were having at USIP, and I was talking to him about this current moment, and he was reminding me of the Buddhist and Hindu ideas of cycles of degeneration and regeneration, or destruction and creation that are endlessly going on. And he said, wisely and obviously, we're in a period of destruction. And it resonates with the Christian idea of destruction, creation, destruction or death, recreation or resurrection. That there are these moments of things falling apart and new things being born. I think it's obvious to me that we are in a very dangerous time, as we've all noted up here. The falling apart of norms and various institutions in the post-war order that have sought to advance human rights and to reduce suffering, human suffering, planetary suffering. And at the same time, I want to go back to something I said I want to make sure I'm not coming across as Pollyanna or callous in saying that I think there are reasons to find optimism for the opportunities that exist in this moment as things fall apart, for us to reimagine. There's a lot of movements right now that are looking backwards and are romanticizing moments in the past, orders of the past. and are trying to recreate those. We have that in the United States with the Make America Great Again movement. Core to that is this sort of romanticization of past orders and ways of being that were very patriarchal and so on and so forth. But what are we doing to be forward-looking in these moments and to say, how are we moving forward as these institutions that in some ways were feeding economic inequalities, feeding the exploitation of peoples and of the planets and of creation, that we're feeding into the desacralization of the world? How are we reimagining how to reform our institutions in ways that are far more integrated and interdependent? And I think, to get back to what Brian was saying, I'm not sure that my generation or the generations above me are able to do a lot of that reimagining ourselves, because we're so stuck in thinking about the ways we've been ordered in the past in the liberal political order, right? It's hard to imagine recreating a USAID, for example, the development organization in the US, for me, myself, without jettisoning the way it was done in the past. But when I look at how youth have organized in my country, when I look at how, like in Myanmar, for example, I'm looking at Mu, the way in which the youth led the post-coup resistance movement, or in Sri Lanka, the uprising that happened in 2022, that was youth-led, and the religious leaders who are older came behind them and followed them for the first time in Sri Lankan and Myanmar history with democracy movements or human rights movements. And the way that the youth were so intersectional and pluralist, ethnically and religiously so, and how they organized that movement and how they represented that movement, how they integrated art into the forms of resistance that were happening. That's where I think we need to be led in doing this reimagining work, is being led by generations that aren't trapped in the ways of thinking about organizing ourselves politically and socially from the models of the past.
Someone made a comment to me some years ago that we're still living in a world where there are formal institutions with which we're all very familiar, and I would put these, Sean, even in the global governance, but that the real way things are happening now is different. And the way that decisions are being made is not primarily within the formal structures, but within others that we can barely discern, which is, I think, an interesting challenge. So I'm now going to turn to Bonnie and see how you're looking forward from the places where you're sitting.
Very optimistically. We are seeing difficult times, but if you really look back, historically, even 50 years, 60 years, we are still in a better place. We are having these conversations, for one, which I don't think were possible even 20 years ago. The fact that youth are empowered to even imagine a table where they would be permitted to be at is progress. We are seeing women taking on, in their churches, in their religious life, they're taking on roles that were not seen before, and we are seeing a lot of advance in that regard as well. And I think I come from a faith tradition where we don't have clergy, so pretty much everything is done in consultation at the grassroots with everyone in the community. And there's a lot happening informally, as you were suggesting, Catherine. The one thing that I do want to remind us as faith actors and for secular actors that are working for the well-being of humanity, we need to be able to step out of our comfort zones and work with others that we may not typically have been comfortable working with. You asked me about freedom of religion or belief. It's freedom of religion or belief. So even the right not to believe is one. So when we are engaging in this, in the conversations that are FORB related, we are working with atheists and humanists. It's not always comfortable for faith actors to work with them, or vice versa. But the issue is about promoting a particular human right. So we have got to get very comfortable, women of faith, feminists, to work together and not have all those old suspicions that drive the wedges between our actions, but really look at what brings us together. And when we are working together, we can really advance. And I second what Susan said. This is a moment of opportunity. There are many opportunities. Please, let's learn our lessons so that when things calm down, we don't go right back to doing business as usual. This is our opportunity to think creatively and really look for change.
The optimism that you feel here reminds me of one of my favorite Madeleine Albright quotes, which is that I'm an optimist who worries a lot. And I think there's an element to that. So I think you're another optimist, Sala. So over to you. How do you see some of the next stages?
I came from a family of a Muslim father and a Christian mother. And that's how I've been raised, to understand and respect both religions in the same house. My father was a trader, and sometimes he will not be around for months, years. So I have been raised solely by my mother, just like my other brothers and sisters. And that is why I always proudly describe myself as a he for she. Why? Because I do believe that women has a very strong role to play, not only in raising children, but also in sustaining peace within communities and societies. And therefore, they have to be allowed, I would say, to play that role, and not really to be challenged. And they need to be supported, and they need to be allowed to play that role. This is number one. Number two, there was a question that Professor Casanova tried to answer about whether religions are contributing to violence or they are causing violence in Africa. We see so many practical, if you can say practical situations as examples in Nigeria, in Sudan today, in Rwanda, 1994, and many other African countries where religions, unfortunately, were misinterpreted by the leaders of the various tribes and traditional leaders in favor of fueling the wars and the civil wars and the conflicts that erupted and killed millions of Africans. That is why the African Union currently is quite busy, in fact, involving religious institutions in the development of the various instruments and treaties and policies that we have. We just recently concluded the PCRD, the Post-Conflict Reconstruction Policy Framework, and we realized that the participation of the various religious leaders and the other civil society and media organizations was really quite helpful in sharing ideas and thoughts that were not really available at the table during the beginning of the drafting of that particular policy. What I'm trying to say is that religions, as we all know, came for the betterment of the well-being and the welfare of the mankind. But unfortunately, because of interpretations from some leaders of these religions, things can go wrong. So the question is how religions could be, in fact, in a place to play a role in enhancing peace and security and stability and tolerance among the societies and communities, I would say, here in Africa, in order we can build the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve. Again, I think it is quite important to strengthen the current bridges that are in existence, but also to build new bridges between the various sectors and institutions so we can ensure that the voices of all African people is heard, especially those who are at the grassroots level, far away without any access to electricity or mobile phones or internet or any kind of communication service. Last but not least, Dr. Catherine, in many cases, I think we need to also look into the kind of education we currently have in our school systems. What kind of history are we teaching our kids? What kind of information are we trying to feed our children through the education curriculums that we currently have in place? I'm saying this because I think even today, when we come to speak about what happened in Rwanda, we still loudly speak about Tutsi and Hutu. We mentioned the same two tribes that fought or killed each other in 1994. And now we are reminding the new generation of a responsibility that they were not part of. So I think what we really need to do today is to look into our history books, to look into what we are really having as part of our school curriculum today, in order for us to make sure that the next set of leaders that we are preparing today will do the right thing and make the right decisions. I submit. Thank you.
I was working on Rwanda and Burundi in the 70s and 80s, in other words, leading up. And one of the questions I think we need to ask ourselves constantly, as all of the actors, including those from outside, was what we might have done differently. Because the one thing we can't say is that we didn't see. We knew what was going on. We knew the divides, but we were not bold enough and creative enough. Please, we're going to have some time for a conversation that extends beyond the panel. We're calling it sort of a fishbowl. So please get ready, and I presume some mics will eventually materialize. But meanwhile, Brian, what are the things you're hearing? You have a special seat, a special privilege of being so much engaged with some of the more creative young people around in the world thinking about these issues. Where do we go?
Were you the one who came up with the title of this panel, Catherine? Because I really like it. So often when we gather together, I like a lot of what you do. So often we talk about building bridges between sectors or between institutions or between communities. And that's how I've framed a lot of the work that I've done. But the reality is, there are already a lot of bridges there. How do we help people cross those? And I want to talk about a particular bridge that exists already. And it's not at the 30,000 feet level that we've been talking about, but it's at the very local level at the community. And then youth engagement is an example of this. But almost every faith community with which I've worked have within their teachings, their doctrine, their theology, this idea of positive contribution to the community. Yes, we have things like take care of the poor and the orphan and the widows, of course, but too often we forget the scope of the mandate that we've been given by divine revelation or inspiration, and that it extends beyond the walls of our own communities. So when as I mentioned, I was serving as a bishop, I wasn't just I didn't have to be just the bishop of the congregation for which I was responsible. I actually had a remit much larger than that, and that was to bless the lives of all the people that lived within the geographic boundaries of the area for which I was asked to serve as a bishop. And I think this is an untapped potential, and the flowing up benefits from this are immense. So I'll give you an example. In Cincinnati, we have the church to which I belong has three stakes, which are geographic organizations of congregations. So three of them. It's a significant presence. But we pale in comparison to the Catholics, for example. Very, very strong, very engaged community throughout Cincinnati. But whenever, let's say, the Cincinnati City Council has an initiative on addressing youth issues, we don't see someone from my church, for example, or even a Catholic parish or the archdiocese or the diocese there, who works with youth on that board. Not because they would be pushed away or anything, but we don't put our hand up for it. It's almost as if we have accepted the fact that we no longer, as faith communities broadly, we accept the fact that we no longer have public legitimacy, and that therefore we are to remain within our own area. And I think that's our own fault. For some reason, we gave in to that argument, and that there's so much more we can do. And in so doing, not only would we be bringing, faith values or perspectives, but we'd be bringing great strength to these initiatives, and we would be addressing this question, this challenge to faith communities of what value are you outside of your own special interests? So that's where I see a lot of hope when I think of optimistically. And I must point out, my sisters and brothers in the Baha'i community are very good at this, at engaging beyond, not just in a proselytism manner, but engaging beyond and strengthening their communities. I have a bit of religious envy, if you don't mind, for some of the work that they do.
Well done.
Religious envy, I like that, as well as collaboration. But I think the point that you're focusing on is, again, part of the discourse and the dialogue, but not necessarily the real lived priority, which is community. What do we mean by community? Because communities are so different today, and they're changing and dynamic. Sean, I don't think any of us will forget your lesson about fear, greed, lust, and empathy. That was a very graphic reminder of our drives. But perhaps you can take us to the next stage of where you see us going to cross these divides and bridges.
Thanks, Catherine. The really interesting thing, and I want to go back to something that Susie began with in a certain sense. I don't know if you were consciously quoting from William Butler Yeats or not, but that's the thrust, of course, of what he wrote in 1919 in The Second Coming. And you may recall in the religious context that the Second Coming is precisely Christ's return to Jerusalem onto the earth. So the underlying logic of that, in a certain sense, epitomizes some of the discussion on this panel extremely well. But there's a horrible line in the first stanza of The Second Coming, which I think describes the challenge that we face right now. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are fired with passionate intensity. And if I have a look at the global structures at the moment, I fear that's writ large. Yeah. We are in an age of excessive nationalism, primitive mercantilism, and a reversion to military expenditure on unprecedented levels since 1991. That's where we are.
Yes.
I'm not telling you that to scare you. You can have a look at all of the data. That's where we are. The tariffs, CIPRI's reports on military expenditure, the doomsday clock at 89 seconds to midnight. That's where we are. So the real question is not that, it's what do we do about it? And the only way that we can do something about it is by reverting to the norms that enable social and community, comity, interaction, learning from one another, and advancing the benefits of being human in society. If we don't do that, we all fail. Everyone sitting here and everyone else on planet Earth today. The only purpose of government is to advance the well-being of the citizenry. Mm-hmm. It has no other purpose. Mm-hmm. We don't need governments to decide what to have for lunch. Mm-hmm. We need governments in order to ensure that there is something to eat in a society that permits people to live with a relative degree of peace vis-a-vis one another. If governments could remember that, if governments could recall that it is not the government that is sovereign, but the people that are sovereign, And the reason for the sovereignty of the people in the context of the 18th century emergence of that thesis is precisely because, to use the American Declaration of Independence, we believe these things to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's the logic. But we forget it. We lose it. And when you are 8.2 billion people on a planet, then you have to manage the commons with a degree of understanding and sophistication which transcends what an American president or a French president or a president of a country in the Sahel, before a military coup or after, may decide to do. You have to be able to think about the whole. And there are hundreds of biblical and related religious text references that explain this, but I'm going to take a secular one for a start. Clifford Geertz makes the very simple proposition that culture is the social context for meaning. And the challenge that we have is to find a degree of collective culture, a sense of why we are on this earth. Each one of us will interpret that in our own faith tradition or in a secular tradition. Each one of us will frame it slightly differently. But that collective understanding that we are here for the benefit of all is the most fundamental change that we need to bring about at this point in time. Sectarianism, sectionalism, political divides, none of that makes any sense under today's circumstances. We've transgressed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. We're roughly $4 trillion behind in respect of meeting the SDGs. Roughly 3.4 trillion people live, close to half of the population of the world, in societies that spend more on debt service than they spend on health or education. How on earth can that be the world we want to live in? It makes no sense. So the challenge is to find purpose. Understand that our collective obligation is to enable well-being. We can argue about how. We can argue about precisely what well-being constitutes. That's what intellectual discourse is all about. But we mustn't lose sight of that central purpose. Because if we don't do that, frankly, we're not human. We are not created in the image of God. So I'll close, ironically, with an Italian communist fighting Mussolini. Antonio Gramsci, of course, is the one that I'm going for. I am a pessimist by dint of reason, but I am an optimist by force of will. And that's what I'd encourage for all of you.
I certainly think that leaves us with an enormous task, even more than a challenge, which is to try to revitalize this sense of the common good and of the common purpose and the common humanity, which Bonnie also reminded us of, in the context of a world where diversity is growing and is increasing. Plural societies are increasingly the norm. So now the time is for people to raise their hands, and I see lots of hands. So why don't we start very quickly? Let's start with Musimbi at the back in the yellow, and then we'll move over. I guess we'll go to the far left then, and then to Lynn. So that's the first 3. So we're going to take a lot of comments, quick comments. How much time do we have? About 20 minutes? 15, okay. So you're going to have a minute each.
I very much appreciate the panel, and since I would like to hear many other people, I'm going to stick to one point. The point of the cost of inclusion. I think we do talk about inclusion, and there are various ways we could think about inclusion. You can widen the table and get more people on, or extend it. But once you have got people at that table, if the table conversation continues to be the same, you haven't included. So for example, if we want to have young people and women at the table, what are we willing to actually, how are we willing to change the nature of the conversation? If I'm at the table and we are talking about the money we save from taxes, and at the same time, we are not able to address the fact that even a subject that has not appeared here, the reproductive health of women, unless we have that looked after. If we are not able to address the fact that little girls in our homes, in our streets, are not safe, if we're not able to address the fact that a hungry child who ends up in my lap as the mom is the concern for hunger, how does that table conversation change? So I want to say to us, if we're going to have women and young people, the table conversation has to change. And we have to be willing not to say we have welcomed them to our institutions, we have permitted them to participate, because that means that the ownership is not a collective ownership. People are just joining in order to be there. I would like to encourage you all to read the new book by the former president of New Zealand, A Different Kind of Power, and see the struggle that she had to lead a country while also bleeding, while also having a baby. And I would like to say, let's not make inclusion cheap. It is expensive, and it is asking more of us than we are able to face. And women and young people, we do have what it takes to deal with the economics, to deal with theology, but we also want to bring, if you say we have empathy, we want that empathy to matter in what we talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Imbi. You went a little over your minute, but it was worth hearing.
I will assist by being quick. Let me start by a quote from the Christian Bible. I think it's Proverbs 23:18. The future looks bright and is filled with hope that can never fade away. And you spoke about being optimistic by the force of will. So if we are to say, if you talk about young people, we can't talk about young people without the young people, right? Nothing for us without us. So young people are the future. If we're not on the table, we have to create our own table. So what is it that we are saying? We are saying that we have to inspire hope. And I think that the religious leaders and churches, they are failing in terms of advising and mentoring young and upcoming young people. So I think that we need to play a major role. When I was growing up, there was a lot of support and advisory and mentorship and support, but now we are not preparing for the next generation. So that's my input. I think in the next panels and discussions, let's be more inclusive in terms of young people, but let's also inspire hope, because I think that there's a lot that we can do in terms of taking action rather than just having events and events. Thank you.
Thank you. We hear you. So who are the others? Okay, then we'll go to you next, and then to you.
Okay, good. So I've been so excited by what I've heard here and resonated, and I'm so happy to hear neuroscience brought into the picture so very compellingly, because I do feel that in reforming our grooves as opposed to the disrupted ruts, we do have an opportunity. I mean, do you want to go back and reconstruct based on what we knew then? Or are we going to have a look at how we do engage with one another? And I specialize in the neuroscience of leadership. There are programs out there. You know, I'm surprised that it hasn't been mentioned more here, because it's fundamental to our social intelligence. We know about IQ and EQ, but social intelligence is what's going to help us cross these bridges. It's trust that has been broken that needs to be rebuilt. And yes, it's the oxytocin. And we might attribute a lot more of the responsibility, therefore, to women. And fantastic, bring us in, because we do have those kinds of skills. But men, now that you've heard that it's kind of lower in your case, but still there, and know this, it's testosterone. It's power that sometimes dampens down that empathy. So the very thing, the passion that brings you to the positions of power that you have, can inadvertently, without your knowledge, be dampening down the emotions, the empathy you had for the people who voted you into that. So there's just so much to be gleaned from neuroscience we should be using, and we can, if we pick a project and then support it as the elders here, I believe so much can be done. But let's pick projects before we leave and make this all happen. Thank you.
We've been reminded forcibly that we need to keep biology in mind. Let's go to our, somebody with the highest hand raised. Yes.
I just want to say thank you, Catherine, for bringing hope in the world as a mother. And we can touch your motherly empathy in the world. I sit in the African Union and SADC as the UN convener for traditional and religious leaders. And we are invited to develop instruments for government that end up sitting on the ivory towers and they are not implemented. And then if government has made good connections, then the resources goes to the government. And we who've been taking the issues of the margins, the left behind population, we are left behind, and we'll continue attending gatherings and talking to the people who are left behind, yet we are the decision makers. So my appeal to you, Catherine, I see the nuns here. I would like to do advocacy engagement. I was so hopeful to see the World Bank having coffee with the World Bank, eating together. I would like to appeal that now it's time to use a church, the nuns, the faith communities, the traditional leaders, in a discerning manner, so that we transform communities, because you find this bilateral between the AU, UN, EU with the government, but when it comes to implementing community of science, we become the victims by the government. So I see hope and future through this gathering and starting strategic partnership. And it's so humbling to see the nuns. I used to live with the nuns in Australia and Germany, the Sisters of Mary, who advocate for true justice. But when it comes to financing, they become left behind, and then these big institutions, agencies, UN, then they're saying, no, we're gonna work through the government. World Bank saying, we work through the government, but the people who develop the narratives are us as mothers and the intercessors, the prayer warriors who've been crying, bringing the heaven on earth. But when it comes to implementation, now it's government. So I'm so hopeful. Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you so much, Sean Clary. Oh, my word. Thank you.
Thank you. We hear you. Let's take a couple more, and then I want to give the panel a quick chance to come to the end. And we're going to go next to the far corner, and that, I'm afraid, is going to be it.
Hi, everyone. A few of the points that the panelists raised are very important, and I'm just bringing this up. So between my friends, we're about all in the age group of like 33 or so, and then my siblings are a lot younger. None of us speak about religion with each other. We talk about everything else, but we don't talk about religion with each other. And part of that reason that ends up happening is just because one of my friends, he's a preacher's kid, as we like to call. We often share a lot of religious trauma amongst each other, and we talk about that, but we don't talk about the good that religion and interfaith brings. So sometimes the difficulty is that we don't remember the good that religion gave us and that sense of community that we had. You know, we learned empathy at the start, but because sometimes some of the negative narratives are a lot harder to overcome. So I think sometimes interfaith organizations forget that sometimes the most vulnerable aren't the perfect vulnerable, if there's a way to make sense, that they aren't the most people who are the right kind of homeless or the right kind of person who we're supposed to help. So oftentimes the most vulnerable get villainized, and sometimes that creates a barrier, because when we see, okay, someone who's like me or who's like my friend, because my younger siblings also have queer friends who often get villainized in sometimes religious spaces, they're like, okay, well, if you're treating my friend or my family member in such a way where you're villainizing them, why should I be receptive? So I just think sometimes we have to just change the messages towards acceptance and kind of like learning to cross the barrier, as Barney Dougal raised earlier, was just very integral and very salient. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So if you can take the mic to the far corner, and meanwhile I'm going to give you a factoid that I find a bit overwhelming. You know, we now have, what, 8.2 billion people in the world, something like that. You can find out easily how many were there when you were born. But when I was born, it was only just over 2 billion. So in my lifetime, we've gone from 2 billion to 8 billion. And that does make, I think, the task of inclusion especially challenging. So last question, and then I'm going to turn for each of you to, you're going to get about one sentence. I'm not going to say one word, but a sentence.
Thank you so much. I'll just speak on one point. I'm Nick Talvale. From Jose, systems are broken, and we are spending energy building on what is broken. That is a fundamental statement. How do we pick from here, and pick from here with the hope to come to participate in shaping and continue shaping the world we are looking for? I think for faith communities, we need to look at this. Then the question is, when we start looking at what is broken from within the place of children, women, young people, in the faith communities, most likely we could be contributing enormously in rebuilding what is broken. Because we may think it's out there, but it's a key issue. But I think it raises concern. How do we keep building and expecting results from what is broken? Most likely, that's the conversation for the future, and for us to participate in from family level, as faith communities, to the local congregations in faith communities, and bringing it to the subnational and national levels. How do we look at participating in sort of constructing a new world? Because there is a lot of brokenness. Thank you so much to all the presenters and Catherine for mediating all this.
Great. Well, let's just go down the line and start with Jose.
Well,
sentence, Jose.
Sentence. Thank you so much. It has been a great conversation. Thank you to my colleagues, and thank you to all of you. And let's continue and now move to action also. That's it.
Salah.
I do agree with everything that has been said, and I thank you for your contributions.
I'm going to have a longer run-on sentence. I want to go back to tables. I think a lot of us have had the experience of a table being extended in the sense that in the interfaith world, for example, there's a Christian organization and they're doing a kind of initiative and they want to make it more inclusive, so they invite others into it. Or there's a conference that's been organized and they realize they don't have enough women speakers, so they add in some women speakers. It's an extension. They're adding a leaf onto the table. I'm a Jesus follower. I want to flip the tables. I want to throw out the tables. I want to completely transform the way that we do these things. And we have so many technology tools. We have, 6 billion more people than when Catherine was born, but we also have all these new technology tools that can facilitate greater kinds of inclusion and different ways of organizing. So that's where I want to move as we think about how to do things differently, is completely transforming. And everything's being transformed right now because everything's topsy-turvy right now in the world. So again, let's see that as an opportunity.
Creative. Brian.
You used a lot of semicolons in there.
I know.
That sentence. But I'm going to borrow that. Susie, that's the thing that I will take away from this is something that you said, and that I really have been struggling lately thinking of how does someone who works in my field face what we're facing, this avalanche, this tsunami. And while it insinuates some challenges ahead, I'm going to take away the fact that you said this is an opportunity to rebuild, to restructure, to create, because we couldn't have done it the way they were in place. So I thank you very much for that, and I thank all of you for letting me be here, be part of this.
So when religious communities work in partnership with others, with collaborators from all sectors of society, government, and business, they can harmonize efforts around the proposition that the path to a better world is not only one of technological adjustment, but also involves societies learning to align themselves with higher principles. And I think that is what we all need to aspire to.
In 1992, South Africa was losing about 4,000 people a month to intersectional violence, preeminently in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng in terms of today's landscape, but across the country. The churches and business got together, 12 people, created something that became known as the National Peace Accord in 3 months, set up the Convention for a Democratic South Africa, and enabled the political transition by 1994. It could not have been done in any other way. Government had tried and failed. The South African Council of Churches on its own had tried and failed. But the crisis led to a solution. That's where we are.
You've reminded us of the famous acronym that crisis is at the same time danger and opportunity. That's right. The Chinese character.
That's right.
I'm going to end with 3 things. The first is warm thanks to my friends and extraordinary panelists who have very creative ideas, who are cockeyed optimists, but at the same time with their feet firmly grounded in reality, each one of them in their own way. A second comment is a lesson from my years in the World Bank, that our concern and our focus is on those who are vulnerable, those who are the poorest of the poor, the people whose voices are not heard, nothing about us without us. But we also know that you cannot establish the common good without involving everyone. It has to go beyond simply the most vulnerable, that just saying we care only about the poor will not generate the kind of common purpose that we need. So we need to find ways to have the broader message. And the third is a challenge that I know we're facing here, and Doug Fountain has reminded me of it periodically, which is how do we cross the bridge between the very global, the G20 agenda, the speech by Ramaphosa, the speech by leaders, and what people are feeling at the local level. And clearly, packing food yesterday was one way to do that. Community projects are another. But we need to focus a lot more on crossing maybe that ladder, if we can call it. It's a bridge, but it's also a ladder that really takes us from these very broad principles of SDGs and the noble thoughts that we have about the common welfare, the common good, and how that translates into action that each one of us can do, but each of our institutions can do, large or small. But I'm very conscious in this setting of that particular challenge of extending from the very, very global to what we can see and feel at a very human level, whether it's as parents and grandparents, members of a community. So I think we need to work on finding better ways to work on the ladder. So thank you to all of you, and have a good lunch.
Well done.
I think that turned out.
doing this year is to have a few special spotlight sessions that are on particularly important and interesting issues. So Ibrahim Rasool spoke to us yesterday. We heard about the Jewish-Muslim agreement. We were supposed to have now a special session with the pastor and the imam, a duo who have worked together in Nigeria, but also in Kenya, Chad, and other countries, really with a remarkable peace-building story. And I do recommend to you, there are films about them, several films about the work that they've done, because they were essentially trying to kill each other when they came together and now have been working together to solve conflicts and problems. Unfortunately, James Wuye and Imam Ashafa did not in the end get visas to South Africa, so they are not here. And so we will move directly on to the next session. But I wanted to give you a flavor of how important they are. They've just won some big awards. They're seen as exemplars of this remarkable coming together and working practically for peace.
Thank you, Catherine Marshall. We will now move on to the fifth plenary of the week, which is titled Leave No One Behind, with a focus on vulnerable communities at the center. And would like to call upon Timothy P. Stratford, who's the General Counsel at the G20 Interfaith Forum Association, and Wille Zimbegi, who is the Chairman at the South African Institute of International Affairs, as our moderators. Thank you.
The rest of the panelists to come and join us as well.
Where? Sure. Go ahead, Amanda, please.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this plenary session panel. As was mentioned, our topic is the most vulnerable, and in a way, this is a cross-cutting panel because we're going to focus on how each of the 5 priority areas that we're discussing in this conference especially impact the most vulnerable. Those 5 areas, of course, are food security and poverty, economic and financial action, addressing interreligious tensions through education, and migration and refugee movements, human trafficking and slavery, and finally, disaster prevention, response, and recovery. And I think we all recognize that the most vulnerable in our society are especially impacted by all 5 of these areas. If you think about the vulnerable, you can think about women and children in their own homes or in communities. We can think about refugees. We can think about minority groups. We can think about the unemployed, those who are trafficked. So they're, in some ways, all of us might be put in vulnerable categories. So what we're going to talk about in this panel is we have very distinguished panelists, and that's why the moderators are going to be very shy about speaking too much. And we're going to ask each of them, what have they learned through their own activities about vulnerable groups and how serious this problem is? And what actions can faith communities take to help address this problem? And then ultimately, we hope that we can also discuss the recommendations that our group, IF20, should be making to G20 leaders regarding care for the most vulnerable. So I'd like to turn now to my very distinguished co-moderator, Maletsky Mbeki, to introduce our first speaker and add whatever insights he would like to add.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our session. I was myself a refugee for 28 years, so I fully understand what vulnerable people go through because I went through it myself as a refugee from our apartheid regime in South Africa. Anyhow, unfortunately, our first speaker, indeed, he had to go home because of some family problems. So I'm very sad about this because I had a chat with her on Sunday. She's a very accomplished leader in Africa. She's Nigerian, and she's the founder of Leap Africa, a non-profit committed to developing dynamic, innovative, and principled African leaders. And that is the one thing we need in Africa, are principled leaders, because we seem to have a shortage of that. However, she has left us with a video, so how can we, our technical people, play the video she left behind?
Good afternoon. My name is Ndidi Okonkwo-Nwuneli, and I'm the president and CEO of the One Campaign, a global advocacy organization that fights for the investments to ensure economic opportunity and healthier lives in Africa. And our vision is that Africa is an equal player. Now, it's amazing that we're talking about vulnerable populations today, because at the One Campaign, we believe that none of us are equal until all of us are equal, and that where you're born should not determine whether you live. Sadly, our most vulnerable are being neglected and even suffering more than ever before. 3 out of 5 of the poorest people across the world are dealing with crises associated with conflict, climate change, and inequity linked to policies and structural injustice. I want to zero in on 2 particular areas that the vulnerable people are most affected by. One is health outcomes. We're seeing women, children, and the elderly being neglected and forgotten. On the African continent, we're still the region of the world that's dependent on other countries to supplement our health spending. And most of our countries burdened by debt distress are having to choose between paying healthcare worker salaries and paying debt. With the recent cuts across the United States and other G7 countries, we're seeing, unfortunately, the closure of hospitals, clinics that provided life-saving medicines and humanitarian support. And this is having a direct impact. As a proud African, I never want to be quoted as saying how many African children are going to die because of cuts. I want to proudly say how many African children will live because of what we collectively do to save lives. And that's why we must continue to fight for life-saving medicines and humanitarian. That's why we must continue to support Gavi and the Global Fund, PEPFAR, and initiatives that have proven a clear return on investment. The faith community was critical at the inception of PEPFAR, when we, as people of faith, came together to demand that our governments invest in saving lives that were being cut short by HIV/AIDS. Now it's time again to raise your voice, people of faith, and ensure that in the face of these cuts, that some of our initiatives that have proven to be worthy of support do not end. That we have a clear pathway to sustainability and a gradual drawdown in partnership with countries about what we must do to continue to save lives. This means that you must hold your governments accountable for how much they're committing to very, very important interventions, such as the Global Fund to fight malaria and TB, and PEPFAR in the United States. Beyond this, we must work with governments on the African continent to ensure a pathway to sustainability. Governments must increase the efficiency and effectiveness of health spending. They must introduce taxes that directly bring in revenue, especially sin taxes and taxes on carbonated soft drinks. The diaspora can fill the gap by contributing to a diaspora health fund or a diaspora health insurance fund for the most vulnerable. We must also support the growth of health economies, creating jobs for our youth in the healthcare sector. And then we must ensure that we transfer the global health infrastructure to Africa, where Africans own the data, the manufacturing, and the procurement to get to the most vulnerable. And finally, we must restructure our debts to pay for healthcare worker salaries. This will directly improve the lives of the most vulnerable. We have to track maternal and infant mortality rates for the most vulnerable, and we have to be ready to take on the needs of these groups. Beyond solving our health crisis and having a pathway to sustainability, we must also address the high cost of capital. African nations must grow, and we must ensure inclusive growth. That means we have to address areas where the most vulnerable work. Agriculture and food is one of those areas where our farmers are often the poorest. Our farmers have to choose between selling food and eating the food that they produce. Climate change is making their lives even worse. So we have to invest in growing our ag and food sector and ensuring value addition and climate resilience. We must also do the same in critical minerals and ensure fair and transparent value addition for the mines where some of our most vulnerable work. And we must also hold governments accountable, especially governments that are starting to set up these bilateral trading relationships with African governments to ensure equity and justice. Ultimately, we will be measured by what we do for the most vulnerable in our society. God has sent us here as light of the world and salt of the earth. And he is not a micromanager. So he's depending on me and you to use our sphere of influence, people of faith, to demand for equity and justice, to look out for the needs of the most vulnerable, to ensure that policies are implemented for the most vulnerable. Use your faith communities to serve. Open soup kitchens and scale these type of interventions, but beyond the small initiatives that we often do, like soup kitchens or overnight shelters, we must scale ecosystem changes and address the intractable, wicked problems that continue to hold the poor back. And that is addressing conflict, ensuring policies that change lives, but also ensuring equity and justice. I hold all of us accountable to do the same. One of my favorite African proverbs says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. We don't have the luxury of either going fast and far. We must go fast and far together. And to do that, we have to leave our egos and logos at the door, work with integrity and excellence, and design for the most vulnerable. We need faith communities to work with each other, and let's go fast and far together. Thank you.
Do you want to comment on that?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I think that's a very passionate beginning of our discussion from someone who has made a big difference in some of the programs that she has helped to foster. Our next panelist is Adama Dieng, African Special Envoy for the Prevention of Genocide and Other Mass Atrocities. He's a Senegalese diplomat. He's the African Union Special Envoy for the Prevention of Genocide and Other Mass Atrocities, and he's a fervent advocate for peace, justice, and reconciliation. He's also the Deputy Chair of the Global Commission on Modern Slavery and Human Trafficking. He's a former Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Special Advisor to Secretary General on the Prevention of Genocide. Adama.
Thank you very much, team. I think it's very important to start and adding to this bio my title as Special Advisor of the Muslim Council of Elders. Yeah. This is the reason, in fact, why I am participating in this meeting today. On the issue we are looking for about the most vulnerable, as a matter of fact, we are all vulnerable, but we will focus on the most vulnerable. Why today are we counting so many people in this continent who are among the most vulnerable? But it's not only about Africa. You go to Asia, you'll find the same. That means something has gone wrong in the way the world leaders are running our world. Because if you go by this book, this is my holy book, the UN Charter. Thanks to this important document, which built multilateralism, we were able to resolve many problems. Haven't we had this problem, I'm afraid we would have been today in a different world. But 2025, what are we seeing? I think we need to see that those attacks against multilateralism, those attacks which made this UN shaking, we need to look into it seriously and see why have we reached that level. And for that, if you want really to address the plight of the most vulnerable, we need to deeply humanize multilateralism. We need to have this multilateralism driven by moral voices, voices capable of inspiring, uniting, and acting. And those voices are the voices of the religious leaders, the voices of the faith-based organization. My involvement in faith organization led me to contribute in the adoption of the plan of action of religious leaders to prevent atrocity crimes, by which I mean genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. Yet, we are still facing those problems. And as I've said, we have today 125 million people who are displaced. We have seen them fleeing their homes due to persecution, conflict, violence, human rights violation, and even seriously disturbing public order. And in the face of the refugee crisis, our collective responsibility is immense. I thank you.
Okay. Would you like to ask him another question?
Well, the question really is, what have you learned through your activities about vulnerable groups and how serious you have indicated it's a problem, but how serious is it as a problem? I mean, in Africa, in terms of your own assignment with the African Union, we've had this huge genocide in Rwanda. Are there any other genocides in Africa since the Rwandan occurrence?
Yeah.
That's for you.
For me?
Yes.
There has been, unfortunately, another genocide after the genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda. This genocide was committed from 2003 in Darfur, Sudan. And I'm so sad to make reference to the Sudan, because what is going on right now, tomorrow, when adjudicated before a court of law, I would not be surprised that the judges say that is what is happening again against the Masalit population is a genocide. And that's why we need to redouble our efforts, and particularly the religious leaders and faith-based organizations. And as a matter of fact, on the Sudan issue, the Muslim Council of Elders is trying to engage with the authorities to see how it can. And at the level of the African Union, I'll be convening a consultative meeting aimed to see how we can contribute to bring peace to Sudan, so that those people who are today really abandoned, I may say, because the focus is on Gaza, the focus is on Ukraine, but very little about Sudan.
Mm-hmm. Right. So would you like to introduce the next panelist?
Should I introduce the next speaker?
Yes,
well,
please.
Sorry, I think I would, I get a bit confused. I thought it was going to be to interact with me.
Yes.
But I simply would say that we can strive for a better world where the concept of no left behind remains elusive. Because I think humanity, for its part, reminds us of our responsibility towards our fellow human beings. It inspires us to show compassion and solidarity. And if you take the interfaith solidarity, it also plays a crucial role in the quest for a better world. And religious leaders have a considerable influence over their communities and do indeed play a key role. And I'm sure my sister Amanda will challenge us on that specific aspect, because we are not only here to address the world leaders, but we may need also to address ourselves as religious leaders, what we can do. And I think it is essential that we consider the plight today of the Sudanese people. We need to see what we can do for those women, those children, the elderly people with disabilities, the refugees, who are often the hardest hit by crisis and inequality. And I think we must ensure that their rights are protected and that they receive adequate support. This requires the implementation of specific programs and raising public awareness of their situation. However, by drawing the values of equity, build the values also of solidarity, of humanity, we can make significant progress. Together, we can build a future where one is not forgotten, when one is forgotten, and where everyone has the opportunity to live in dignity and security. But in this regard, accountability also is key. Above all, prevention is priceless. We must not let it hope die. We have to remain hopeful that things can change. And here, I conclude by thanking once again Catherine Marshall for her continuing struggle. But I will end simply by also paying tribute to one of our sister, Ambassador Aza Baroud, who passed away recently. She was a diplomat, a seasoned diplomat from New York to Brussels, who was engaged with us, with the religious leaders. May her soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I introduce the next panelist? Jose Casanova is a Spanish citizen and a very distinguished gentleman. He's professor of sociology, theology, and religious studies at Georgetown University in the United States. He's currently senior fellow at the Berkeley Center for Religion, Peace, and World Affairs, also at Georgetown University. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. As you can hear, I'm just a scholar that tries to understand the world. And we are not sure. The world is changing so rapidly. And we are going in directions that nobody knows in which directions we are going. Vulnerable communities are vulnerable under ordinary times. But they are especially vulnerable in the extraordinary times in which we are living, where all the global crises we are facing, we are unable to face them seriously together. Our global governance system is failing us. Our national political systems are failing us. Our secular ideologies are failing us. And we are back to the past. Primitive mercantilism, each nation against each nation, or egoist nationalism, nativism, creating walls so that immigrants and refugees cannot enter. And so we are really facing extraordinary times. Said, I am a Spanish citizen. No, actually, I left Spain to study in Germany. So intellectually, you could say I'm a German. I am a citizen of the United States, and I'm married to a Ukrainian. So I understand the crisis of war very seriously also, displaced persons, refugees. And we see that there is no solution to our growing economic inequality. There is no solution to the global ecological crisis. No solution because we are not doing anything as a global humanity. And so the question is, because we are here representing faith communities, at least we have the sense that we don't want to enclose ourselves within our own nations, within our own communities, that we are open to other communities. We want to build bridges. And this is probably the most important thing that we can do as faith communities. Our own working together with one another is the best sign of hope. That we, religious people that were supposed to be irrational, who are fighting with one another, the fact that we can come together and work together toward the common good, this is perhaps in a moment in which the secular ideologies and secular politicians really are not confronting those issues. On the contrary, they are making things worse. Their parties are yelling at each other in parliament, they are polarized, they are simply calling each other names, and they are unable to bring any serious national policies anywhere in the world today, believe me. This happens in Spain, happens in the United States, happens in Germany. And if this happens in these countries, then we can imagine what happens in the rest of the world that is much more vulnerable than these countries. So our task is to be realistic about what we are facing and using our moral sense of community beyond our own communities, bridging towards global humanity to reestablish these bonds that our politicians want to break today. Only love your own, not even love your neighbor, love your own, and you don't need to love the others. This is what some Catholic politicians are saying in Spain, in the United States. So we need the religious leaders to confront these politicians and tell them what really, the kind of ideology they are presenting are not serious, and they are creating very serious problem for us. So again, I think that we need to be realistic. We have very serious problems, and we need to somehow be able to think beyond the box, begin to think collectively as a global humanity, global civil society, beyond the institutions we have, whether it is the economic institutions of Davos, the Davos Consensus. It may have been bad, but the kind of trade system in which we are heading is much worse than the Davos Consensus. The United Nations was a problem, had problems, but certainly to go back to nativism, to nationalism. And Mr. Mbeke has very, very eloquently spoken of the problem of nationalism in South Africa. I could say this is the problem in the entire world today. Nativist nationalisms that are enclosing with each other and cannot really talk to one another or think beyond themselves. So it is our responsibility as people of communities that are able to build bridges beyond our nations and beyond our cultural groups to really both speak up and begin building these common bonds that we need to do to confront the challenges we are having really seriously.
Thank you, Jose. One of the things that really speaks to me as you explain this point of view, on the one hand, you're being very realistic to talk about the problems in the world, but at the same time, you're talking about a way that we can have hope, and that is through the efforts of our faith communities. It's been pointed out that our faith communities extend to virtually every city and every town and every village on this planet. And so we have a connectivity that nobody else has. So the question is, can you give any examples of how faith communities have helped to build these bridges that you're calling for?
Well, again, I don't want to talk of how great the faith communities are. Much of the problems come from faith communities. In Spain, the most xenophobic party is the so-called Catholic Party. In the United States, we have a lot of Catholic leaders, politicians and judges who have forgotten the Catholic social teachings. So again, we have to be realistic also, understanding the problems of the faith communities also. But within the faith communities, there are these prophetic voices that are able to transcend their own interest as a community. I mean, I could even say about Ukraine, a country which has been, again, for those of you who come from the global south, you have to think of Ukraine as a colony within Europe. It was colonized for centuries. Their language was not recognized. Still, people say the Ukrainian language doesn't exist. The Ukrainian people do not exist. Well, tell me, they do exist, but that's what colonizers always say of the colonized. point is, in a country that is a majority Orthodox, has a community of churches and religious organizations that includes all the Christian groups and Muslims and Jews, and they work together. They have the chair of the group. There's a pass-on from group to group, so every group chairs the community or the association for 6 months, and they work together not to represent their own interests, but the common good. Before the war, they were involved in helping civil society, and today, in the midst of war, they are trying to do the best they can do to help the displaced, the refugees within the country, to build solidarity. So the point is, even in the worst conditions, if faith communities can work together with one another, because the problem is when you have a hegemonic religious community tied to the nation and nationalism, then you are in trouble. And this is the problem that we have with Russian Orthodox nationalism. But when you have all the religious groups, think, Ukraine, the president is a Jew, the minister of defense is a Muslim. It would be unthinkable in any other European country to have a Jewish president and a Muslim minister of defense. And yet it's happening there, in the midst of war. And so this is, to a certain extent, even there, when you have faith communities coming to work together beyond their own interests as a faith community, then there is hope.
Thank you very much. That's an encouraging example. I'd like to turn now to Kevin Hyland. He was the first UK anti-slavery commissioner. This was a role that gave him authority over most government institutions, including the police, health, local governments, immigration, and health services. He was a police officer for 30 years, dealing with serious crime. He's received many awards for his policing and humanitarian efforts, including being appointed an officer of the British Empire by Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. So can we turn to you, Kevin? You've had, there you are. You've had a lot of experience working with the vulnerable. What have you come to understand about this problem?
Yes, thank you, Tim. I want to start by talking about who the vulnerable are in the world that I'm referring to. And it's the Eritrean girl who was 15 years of age who I met in Italy, who was sold 20 times a day when she was in Libya at a connection house, sold for sex, sold for work, until she could get in a dangerous vessel to cross the Mediterranean. Or the Indian woman who came to the UK on the hope of working and finding a great job. She was kept under the sink only to be brought out to be raped or to clean the house, and sold 3 times amongst wealthy millionaires. Or the Thai girl who came to the UK from Bangkok to study English, but then she ended up caught in a premises in East London, just waiting for the next man who came along. At the age of 17, she was having sex, forced sex, with about 15 men a day. Or the Nigerian woman who I met, who came to the UK and then to France and then shared around Europe, had no rights, no freedom. She was just bought and sold. Or the thousands of men who are working in the fishing industry or agriculture or other industries who go for jobs but then are exploited, salaries stolen, kept in poor conditions, to build premises like the Olympics, the sporting events that are going to happen in the US, or the other events around the world, or some of the most wealthy businesses where they work and are exploited, all for profit, or the children whose organs are taken from them so that wealthy people can have organs. Both will die. The children will die very young and have a poor, short life after the operation. So what is about those people? Those people move because of their vulnerability, or they are somewhere where they are vulnerable. But when they move to where there is safety or a job or an opportunity, that's when the trafficking, the modern slavery begins. So their vulnerability is created. It's actually a vulnerability that's created, and very often by the wealthy, or by businesses, or by governments, or by us, the consumers. And that is 50 million people across the world who are exploited like this. But those who find any form of justice is 5 in every 47,000. So 5 people in the Yankee Stadium in New York would see justice. And this generates $236 billion every year for criminals. So that is what I see. But what I do see, and I'm very clear on, is that because this is an actual human-made vulnerability and exploitation, we have got a chance to solve it. We have got a chance for the interventions. And here at the G20, and with the Interfaith Forum and Pravani Global, we are calling on 30 by 30, which is a mission to end this suffering, so that governments are funding this mission properly. At the moment, globally, there is less than $1 million spent on human trafficking and modern slavery and its prevention. We want to see 30 billion every year by 2030. And we have here a call to action, which will be distributed and will be available on the website of the IF20, so that you can see what we think is needed, so that the girl in Eritrea, the woman from India, the woman from Thailand, the women from Nigeria, and those men and those children have equality and have the right to life that we take for granted. Thank
you. But Kevin, what we're seeing now, you're calling for more money to be devoted to addressing the problems that you've mentioned, and I agree with you. But what we are actually seeing is that the donor countries are spending more and more money on defense and less money on meeting the needs of disadvantaged populations. The United Kingdom government, for example, I think announced recently that it is reducing its foreign aid program from 0.7% of GDP down to 0.3% of GDP because it's buying arms, it's increasing defense spending. We're seeing the same thing in the United States. We're seeing the same thing throughout Western Europe. How do you see this defense spending, this huge escalation in defense spending by the donor countries?
Yes, and as we know, aid budgets have been cut across the globe, which is a serious challenge. But what we are doing, and you will see on our call to action, there is $236 billion that is stolen from people, and it's criminal asset. And we are talking about how we start to tackle that, to give that money back. We are not talking about creating more money. We're talking about identifying where money is. And that is something that even the US government currently is very interested in. How can we start to identify that? Also, these workers that travel, the millions of workers for migrants who travel, the global amount of money that goes in remittances is $870 billion every year. And a significant percentage of that is stolen or taken away through human trafficking or modern slavery, through debt bondage, through extortion of wages, and so on. If we start protecting that money, it will mean that there could be more money going back to families for remittances than the whole global economy the OECD countries give on global aid in the history of when it was 0.7. I live in Ireland. I'm from Ireland originally. In Ireland, the country was built on remittances. It's now a booming economy. Remittances can make a difference. When people travel and they get a job, they want that money to go back to their families. We need to be securing that. We need to look at things about prevention. And aid budgets are important, but we need to look at new ways of doing things. And remember, we're here to talk to the G20, to give the G20 leaders ideas. The things that they talk about is economy and percentages and stakeholders in money and things like that. Well, of course, too much profit goes to a small amount of the world. But there is a way of getting what people have earned back to them and to start taking away the asset that criminals are earning, whether that criminal is an individual, an organised gang, or a big multinational company. And that's what we need to start targeting. So it's not about there being more money given. It's about where we find their money, take it from them, and start to put it back into the economy of looking after the vulnerable and the people who deserve that money.
Thank you. I think that's really good.
Do I introduce Amanda?
Yeah.
Okay. I seem to have lost Amanda. Where are you?
I'm here.
Okay. I lost you in the
okay.
papers.
It's okay. It's actually all right if you don't read my bio. Amanda from the village is just perfect.
I think it's also very interesting where you have come from the village. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Actually, before you start counting my minutes, I just want to say that I do dream of a time when the only introduction necessary is our first names.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
there you go.
Sorry about that.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Please.
I've been listening attentively, and I would like to zero in on 3 groups of vulnerable people that I just want to sort of bring into the room. 2 specifically in Africa and 1 out of Africa. And the first one is really a sort of come with me, if you can, mentally, to Mohale's Hook, one of the 10 districts in Lesotho. And what you're going to find there is women, men, young people working to rehabilitate the land that has been destroyed over the last 50 years, okay? Either through deforestation, overgrazing, and just the elements of climate change. It's impacting on their ability to grow their own food, to be food self-sufficient and secure. And they're also working on the restoration of the wetlands to safeguard their water. What I want to say about these people is that they're challenged in terms of access to education, access to health, access to technology, access to infrastructure. In fact, despite the fact that there is a lot of water that flows through their land, they actually struggle in terms of access to clean water and sanitation. The basic things that we all take for granted. And yet, what I saw and what you will see if you come with me mentally to Mohale's Hook is women of faith. I don't understand how they continue to trust, to have faith. And even when, as different organizations, we visit, we go there, we ask to take photographs, we talk about supporting them, we go away and don't come back for another 2 years to take more photographs, they still believe that somehow there is something about Ubuntu that can touch their lives and make a difference. One thing that I've learned from that, the other thing that I've learned from that group that I want to throw into our conversation, when big economic projects are being invested in by government, by private sector, these communities give up their land. They give up their natural assets. And yet, I am yet to see their reward in terms of not compensation, but in terms of equitable benefit of the development dividends that come out of these macroeconomic projects that are being implemented. That's one group. My second group is women and young people. And I want you to, again, if you can, come with me to the 25th of November, 2022. It's the beginning, the launch of the 16 days of activism.
I'm sitting with a group of government officials, ministers, faith organizations, civil society, private sector, and we're listening to a 15-year-old girl. And she's asked the question, what message do you have for your peers? She has a child, a son, and what she has said is, there are times when she calls this boy her son, and there are times when she knows that this boy is her brother. Okay? So her message to her peers is, don't trust your parents, don't trust faith leaders, don't trust your teachers, because they do this to us. The last group of people that I would like to take you to in terms of vulnerabilities outside of the African continent are people of color. You can call them whatever you want. You can say you're brown, you're black. It's okay. I'm calling them people of color. That regardless of where you go, in Western Europe, in North America, as long as you are a person of color, you are sitting most likely at the bottom of the food chain. This is not an accident. So when we are talking about vulnerable people, that's what I would like you to have in mind. That they come in all forms, shapes, and sizes. And I would like to say that I used to work for Christian Aid. And one thing that Christian Aid gave me was the confidence to talk about power and poverty, and that actually it is a spiritual imperative for every believer to challenge the powers that be and the hardwiring of systems that continuously remove the dignity of human beings. And for as long as we don't do that, we are failing not just our brothers and sisters, but we are failing the vertical relationship that we have with God. Whatever your belief system is, but we are failing to actually do what He wants us to do. Shall I stop there for a second? You have another question for me.
Well, I just wanted to ask, you've seen a lot of failings, you've seen a lot of suffering. You were CEO of Christian Aid. What have you seen that people can do that is truly helpful? Everyone in this room wants to be helpful. I think that's why they're at the conference. So what can we do that would truly be helpful?
Okay, that's fair. I think that's a fair question. And it's also right to say that all of us here want to make a difference, right? And our ability and capacity to make a difference is determined by our understanding of the issues, right? And there have been examples. I think the video, I can't remember her name, Didi. She talked about PEPFAR and the role that faith institutions and organizations actually contributed to that. The Jubilee Debt campaign, that was really driven from people of faith believing and working together, not working in silos, not looking for individual accolades, but putting aside everything else and saying, we need this and we need it changed. So there are things that we can do. The other thing that I believe that faith-based organizations have been really good at, or they used to be very good at it, is hospitals, schools, clinics. In the most remote of areas, what you would find is a Seventh-day Adventist hospital. You would find a Catholic school. You would find, and it educated so many people. What can we do better? I think that's the question that I would like us to sort of really think about. It's somehow, and please forgive me, this is my personal view, okay? Somehow, along the way, we have been compromised. The lines between people of faith and politicians is very blurred, right? In some instances, We have colluded with a system that legitimizes the oppression of vulnerable people, right? And we need, personally, what I would like to see is we need to walk the talk. We need to, there is one thing that nobody else can do. Not politicians, not private sector, nobody else except religious organizations and people of faith. And that is to restore the spiritual dignity of human beings, because that is what makes us unique and different. And I think we can bring that to the table. Last, but not the least, what I want to say is when you look at the sort of current socio-economic and environmental context that we're working in, every single person that has spoken, or many people that have spoken over the last 3 days, has acknowledged that there's something that is broken, okay? The economy is broken. Politics is broken. The environment is broken. But the thing that breaks our heart is that we are broken. We are broken. And before we can go and say to the G20, you need a Marshall Plan for least developed countries. Put enough resources to build the infrastructure that is needed, to ensure that health systems provide for the most. Do you know what maternal mortality levels are in this country? In Lesotho, it's 533 deaths in every 100,000 live births, right? We're talking about serious numbers. So what we need to do is, in here, please, I plead with you, as people of faith, let's be honest with each other. Let's talk to one another. It's not about who is right, who is wrong, but it's about facing the brokenness. Then we can start healing. Then we can talk to the G20 and say, this is what we want you to do. We can ask, we've got followers, we've got people who come to churches, to mosques, synagogues, name it. If the faith leader says this is where we stand, then those people are going to listen. And that's my call to action. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think Africa has the least productive agriculture. Is there anything, Amanda, that what do you think should be done to address the productivity of agriculture in Africa? Okay. Because at the end of the day, we can talk about the whole world, but if we are not prepared to reorganize our productive system, then especially women are going to continue to be vulnerable because they bear the brunt of the low productivity in the agricultural sector. What should we be doing in Africa to address this problem of reorganizing our agricultural systems?
Thank you. You know, I suspect that if I had a perfect answer for that one, I would probably be very, very rich, right? But there is the interconnectedness between Africa's natural resources. Land as an asset, water as an asset, and mineral resources as an asset. Land is being impacted by two different things. One, I think I've already mentioned in terms of issues of climate change, issues of deforestation, overgrazing, and so on. In some countries, we're losing about 2% of topsoil annually because of that, right? Which means that it compromises the fertility of the land. Number two, when you go to rural communities, in some of the African countries, almost between 60 and 70% of people live in rural areas. When you go to those areas, go back and now I'm going to show my age, but go back a few decades, and I recall that my grandparents would plant, would harvest, and 10% of what they harvested would be given to the community. Another percentage would be put for the next season in terms of preservation, and then the other they would eat or sell. These days, you go to small-scale farmers, the seed that they have can no longer be replanted because it has been modified chemically, genetically, and they're now perpetually dependent on having to buy seed every single planting season, right? Even if they serve their seed, they're not able to. Okay, so the other thing is some other land that they have that is fertile might be the land where actually you have the minerals. And when you have minerals, we have DRC. Nobody has mentioned DRC. We have DRC that's happening right now. Why? Because of the minerals that they have, right? So what you get is displacement. What you get is fertile land actually being used for something else. Now, if it was used for something else, there was peace and people benefited from it, that would be okay, but they're not. So to answer your question, Ndate Molwetsi, is let's do three things. Let's go to where the rural communities are. Let's make sure that we invest in mini grids so that they have energy, so that they can do irrigation, so that at the very least, they can be empowered and capacitated to produce food for themselves in the first instance. Let's look at nutrition. It's not just a question of planting more maize. What is it that we are talking about malnutrition in very high figures. The level of malnutrition in a place like Angola is over 2 million people, right? So how do we make sure we energy, water, and nutritional farming, right? Let's take development to the communities. Let's not expect the communities to come to the cities for purposes of development. That's where I would go. I know that I haven't really answered the question, but finally, really, it's about, and I struggle with this. Working for the UN, the thing that I love the most is that it's a multilateral system that brings everybody together, okay? What I would like to see more is faith-based organizations at that level. Please, don't come in silos, because the transaction burden is on the community, not on you. Because you take the pictures, you go and tell your church that you did well, you go to your donors, they give you money, but that same woman has to respond to you, to you, to you, to you, and to me, right? So let's try to do something that is different. And then last but not least, it's the money. Let's not give $5,000 and go and shout that we give $5,000 when the only thing that $5,000 is going to do is feed them for this year. Let's talk about $500 million to invest in the infrastructure that is required, that is going to be sustainable, that's going to be left there. That's where I would go with the conversation.
Thank you very much. I think our last panelist is Elder Vai Sikahima. He's actually a former professional American football player. He was quite a star, All-American pro. He was the one you kick the ball and he would catch it and he would beat everybody and run for a touchdown. And so we're hoping that he can help us make a few touchdowns in our discussion today. He was assigned to be a General Authority 70 of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in 2021, and he's been in Africa now, in the Africa South area for about a year. So basically, we've set the stage for you. We've talked about the challenges. Certainly Amanda has talked about the challenges here. So you've been here for a year or so. What have you learned about the vulnerabilities in Africa? And I'll really put you on the spot. What has the church that you represent done to try to address these vulnerabilities?
Thank you, Tim. First of all, no statement from me. I yield my time back to the panel. As a former NFL player, I am the least accomplished on this panel, so I have nothing important to say. But I appreciate the fact that I'm on this panel, and I will try to make some contribution. Relative to my faith and to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, we're motivated by one simple thing in helping the most vulnerable. And it's found in Matthew chapter 22. To love God and to love our neighbor. That's the two great commandments, and it's what motivates us in all that we do. I'm an immigrant to the United States with my family. We immigrated when I was 7 years old from the small South Pacific island of Tonga. My parents were uneducated. My mother was a seamstress. My father was a security guard. But I'll share something with you that I learned in the process of immigration and being the most vulnerable in our community. And it's what the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints blessed us with. Our church impressed upon us that we were to, thank you. The church impressed upon my parents that we were to contribute to our own self-reliance. Even as little money as they made, the church asked us to pay tithes. From the book of Malachi, God taught this to the ancient Israelites. Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in mine house, and prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, that I will not pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room to hold it. Because we received food orders from my family from the bishop's storehouse, my parents insisted that we kids go every Saturday to the bishop's storehouse and work and clean and stock shelves and sweep and mop. You know what that did for us? It gave us dignity.
Yes.
It taught us as children that we were to work for whatever it was that we were given, and that we were to work to gain an education that we could be self-reliant someday, unlike their circumstances. You might be interested in this. We are staying at a Marriott hotel. You may or may not know that the Marriotts are very prominent Latter-day Saints. The Marriotts pay the same amount of tithing that we pay, 10% of their increase. Now, I think they have a little bit more tithing that they give to the church than we do. But it's the same percentage. And in that process, we are all blessed through this process. I got my two African brothers and their wives, Isaac Morrison and Yinka Ajitaran. Please stand up. I just want you to acknowledge them. And your wives, your beautiful African wives. Look at them. They'll get me in trouble later. All of us have been blessed by the same process, by the same commitment to live our faith, to give of our best when we're asked, and to pay tithes and offerings that not only bless others, but it blesses us. It blesses us. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to embarrass you.
I don't know anything about it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we've just barely begun. We have a few more minutes. And what I'd like to do now is ask the panelists who have heard one another to just take a couple of minutes and share with us their conclusions and their recommendations. You know, the purpose of this gathering is to solicit ideas so that the IF20 can contribute recommendations to the G20 leadership. And we've all had a chance to think about these issues a little bit. I wonder if we could start again with with Adama. And if you could, if you had a chance to talk to the G20 leaders now, if they were seated in this room, what are the recommendations that you would give to them on behalf of the interfaith communities? And I think we can ask all the panelists to try to answer the same question.
I would first and foremost say to them, let us live in peace. I would tell them, for those coming from the West, bring back what you have taken from our soil. Because that is a great son of Africa from this country, Thabo Mbeki, who in one of his reports made it very clear. What Africa needs today is a renaissance. And that renaissance is possible if Africans themselves stop stealing the money of their people and sending them in Western banks. We have witnessed in recent years change of government in part of this continent, particularly where I come from in West Africa, the Sahel region. We thought that it was the end of the military coup, but we witnessed military coup. Why? Because government after government, corruption destroys everything. How can you go in a poor country and see people driving Rolls-Royce in this continent? That is an insult to all of us. So time has come, I think, for the African leaders to take seriously their responsibility, to be united. Kwame Nkrumah made it very clear. Mwalimu Nyerere made it very clear. Those I call the founding father of the African Union today called, which was the Organization of the African Unity, most of them didn't have a penny in a bank. I remember my last meeting with Mwalimu Nyerere, that was in Geneva. He was chairing the South-South Corporation. He was telling to me, he was discussing about our good friend Kenneth Kaunda. He said, Adama, can you believe? Kaunda, he even didn't have a house. He thought State House was his private house. So when he left power. He, Mwalimu, went in to meet the colleagues in the region, heads of state, raising funds to build a house for our brother, Kenneth Kaunda. But today, you have recent heads of state in Africa who have built palaces costing billions. Where comes from that money? So we have to pay more attention and implement those resolutions we have taken. Africa has adopted an African Convention to fight corruption. We have, as I said, the most beautiful architecture of peace and security. We have launched what is called silencing the guns. But where are we? Many conflicts going on. And who's benefiting from those conflicts? Foreign powers. You kicked out those French, those British, you welcome the Russian, the Chinese, etc. And Africa remains that beggar sitting in a golden of mine. We don't need aid. And I will conclude simply by saying we don't need aid by quoting Nelson Mandela. He said on justice, overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. No. It is an act of justice. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and decent life. And on solidarity, Mandela went on and said, and he was very clear, let there be justice for all. Let there be justice for all. Let there be peace for all. Word, bread, water, and salt for all. Let each know that for each, the body, the mind, and the soul have been free to fulfill themselves. End of quote. And that is what we need today. We need to redouble efforts. We need to strengthen African unity. I don't know who was referring to the people of color. I don't like that formula, but that is a reality. Today, you go in many places, racism is still valid. You are a black, you are perceived as such. We have to fight those. We have to be more open. Catherine was saying one of our colleagues was not able to come. I mean, thank God I managed finally to enter this country because it was very difficult. I was asked to produce the death certificate of my dad, of my mom. Wow. I couldn't have it. Those procedures should be changed. We should do like some of those countries, Rwanda, Benin, and recently Kenya followed the example to say any African who enters this country, you don't need a visa, you'll be given the visa when you enter the place. We know there are difficulties, but we have to build the African unity. If we build African unity, we will no longer need any power outside. We can feed all the African with the resources we have. But that means also good governance. We have to stop stealing. We have to have independent judiciaries. We have to really care about our people. One day, if we do it, we will no longer have the world even most vulnerable.
Thank you very much. Can we turn now to Jose to give your perspective as we've heard these comments?
I think...
Yeah, it's on.
Yes, I think we have to be humble. I would go to the G20 and ask them, how can we help? We need to work together towards common goals, and let's do it. And we won't do it unless we recognize each other. The problem of mutual recognition of all human groups, of all peoples, of all cultures, is the fundamental problem we have today. We have advanced very much. I come from a church, the Catholic Church, that once upon a time thought was the only true church in the world, and everybody else had names. They were schismatics, they were heretics, they were infidels, they were pagans. Now, they said, let's recognize each other. And the Catholic Church has passed from being an exclusivist religious community to being one the most involved in interreligious dialogue with all other religious groups. There is something that has happened at the level of the world religions that is unique. We are in the process of mutual recognition in a way that many other political groups, ideological groups, social groups are not doing. And so what we have to bring is the message of mutual recognition. It's the fundamental problem, whether in Gaza, in Palestine, in Israel, in Ukraine, in Russia, mutual recognition. And unless we begin this process of all of us as humans recognizing each other both as diverse and equal. This is what is unique about the religious groups. Each religion claims to be unique, particular, different, and has the right to be unique and different, and yet claiming to be somehow also a religion for all of humanity. So we have to learn how to treat each other as equal and yet recognize our fundamental diversity and differences. If we do that at all levels, because the G20 is falling apart also. They do not recognize each other. They have a lot of talk, but let's look. Let's see what happens. Look at this G20. Look at the 20 and how do they work together with one another. They don't work together with one another. So we have to start from the very beginning again, of mutual recognition and of working together toward our common problems.
Thank you. I think that since religious communities are sometimes blamed for contention in the world, that if we can show that we get along well, then that could be a very powerful influence. Kevin, can we turn to you?
Yes, thank you. If I had the 20 world leaders in front of me, and obviously all the countries so tied into that, the first thing I would be asking them, do they feel the shame that I feel as the current incumbents on this world? of the situation in the world? Do they feel that shame that we have allowed it to get to where we are? But then do they feel the pride with the good people that are there? I have the privilege of going around and working with religious sisters in the UK, but also in Africa, in Asia, and particularly religious sisters, but all sorts of religious people who are doing incredible things, with almost no resources sometimes. But they keep going. And they keep going against adversity, never giving up, using their faith as their food, as their encouragement. And I think if global leaders, many of them talk about their faith, many of them talk about faith being important, but if they started to see and understand what faith is, what being, as Pope Francis called, a person of goodwill, if they could really see what that was, and how they could be the makers of that, how they could be the deal breakers of that. But they have to push their egos out. They have to start looking at people as individual humans and not as commodities or ways of earning money. One of the things we talk about a lot, particularly us who live in the Western world, is about keeping migrants out. I hear it all the time. But we want all your riches. We want all your minerals. We want all your wealth. We don't want your people. That is a real shame on our world, and we need to change that. And the only people, as we've heard from Jose on this panel, who can really drive that and can never give up is people of faith. And when I look at, I was in India last year with religious sisters and went out and raised money for them so they could keep doing their job. Somewhere where nearby churches were being burnt down. They couldn't walk safely around. But they said to me, never give up your bit, Kevin. Make sure you keep us with money coming. And I said, well, never give up your bit. If we work together, though we might be thousands of miles apart, we can make a difference to lives of young women and girls. And I would say to faith leaders, what part of that game are you playing? Because many of you are on a different game, a different field, acting in a completely different way. And I would like to see them feeling humility, starting to accept and acknowledge the shame that they are imposing on our world, and start to work, but listening to people like us and groups like this. So that's what I would say to them.
Thank you very much. Amanda, please.
Thank you. I would have one message for the G20 that I would hope we can take collectively to them, and then one message for ourselves. The message for the G20, I truly believe that they need a Marshall Plan for Africa. If we do the debt relief or debt restructuring, if we sort out tax in terms of tax justice, if we sort out and meet our promises on climate finance, if we have better and more fairer trade practices, and if we address the issue that my brother was talking about in terms of the illicit financial flows, not just external, but internal, all that saves us money that can be put to better use for Africa. And I think that the G20 at this time needs to take that bold decision to put money, not a little bit of money, not just enough money, but money that is going to transform vulnerabilities into strengths. A message for all of us, and I'm going to put myself as part of that, as people of faith, is, first of all, I want to say be bold, be brave, but don't be reckless. We are dealing with political and geopolitics in the world, but really the fantastic message that I have for you that gives me hope is Micah 6, verse 8. He has shown you, O mortal, what is good and what God would want you to do. To act justly. Justice, justice, justice. There can be no freedom without justice. To love mercy Make your hospitals the best hospitals in the world. Make your schools the model of education that is equitable. Make your projects the beacon of hope that everybody else can look to and say, we want to model our projects after them. And last but not least, walk humbly with your Lord, because that is what is going to open the gates of compassion and dignity for everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda, for sharing certainly what is one of my favorite scriptures in Micah. And I think that because God has called us to do this, if we listen softly to our hearts, we'll each have a call of action of what he would like us to do to carry out that injunction. Can I turn to Elder Sikahima now for your thoughts?
I know we're out of time, but 30 seconds, I can do this. Here's what you do while you're here. Exchange business cards with each other. Build coalitions, build partnerships, look for people that have projects that are similar to yours or you think can help you. That's why we're all here together, so that we can build friends, make friends, build coalitions, partnerships, and let's go bless the world. Love you.
Thank you. As Catherine Marshall reminds us, the IF20 is a network of networks. And if you talk about everybody in this room and the networks that we're connected with, you're talking about many thousands, in fact, millions of people. And so we shouldn't underestimate the ability of us to go out of this room and to make a difference. I'd like to ask Maletsi to give us some closing thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Well, I want to address just two issues. First, the Africans here amongst us. The faith communities in Africa are very powerful, and they are very important. And our own experience in South Africa with the faith communities, without the faith communities, we would never have been able to get rid of apartheid. And what gets forgotten is that the apartheid regime had nuclear weapons. But the role that the faith communities played, we were able to get rid of apartheid. So I have to appeal to the faith communities in Africa that they have to play a more pronounced political role. We have to change the politics of Africa so that they are oriented towards promoting the development of the community, the development that benefits the majority of the African people, and reduce, if not eliminated, the vulnerabilities that we live under. That is one part. The second part I want to address to the Western countries. The Western countries and the Western faith communities are also very powerful. Right now, today, all of us in the world, are faced with the problem of the United States. The United States was built by Africans, and it was built by Europeans, and it was built by Native Americans. We are seeing the United States withdrawing from its obligations about the development of the rest of the world. I have to appeal to the community, the faith-based communities in the Western countries who have influence over the Republicans and who have influence over President Trump, to remind him about the United States' obligations towards the rest of the world. Thank you very much, Pete.
Thank you. And I'll turn it over to our MCs to talk about what comes next.
Thank you.
I think that panel deserves a proper round of applause. That was some of the most robust and honest conversations that we have to have with ourselves as faith leaders in this room. I have no words, and personally, I am inspired, and I want to tie it up with what Steve Biko said in his book, I Write What I Like, when he was urging us that it is up to us to give the world a human face. And I will leave you with that words. We're gonna go into a tea break from now until 4:30? No, not 4:30. Yeah, 3:45. Good. So from now till 3:45, we're having a tea break. And then breakout room 1, which will be talking about refugees, migrants, and internally displaced people, will be on this side. And then the second breakout room, a historical reflection, the book about the G20 Interfaith Experience, will be that side. So if you want a more updated program of the day, please scan your QR codes on your name tags, all right? Judith has more.
Once again, a reminder to those who are traveling today or tomorrow, please go to the registration desk to inquire about transport and travel time. Unfortunately, I do have some bad news, but some good news as well. We will not be providing dinner this evening. However, this gives you all a chance to recharge and rest because we have to gather here tomorrow morning at 8:30. So please use this time to arrange your own meals, rest, recharge, and then we'll meet again tomorrow. Please do enjoy the breakout sessions.
I work for an organization called Freedom Park, which is a monument and a memorial that celebrates our liberation heritage in South Africa. And some of the issues that we deal with is issues of redress, restitution, rehabilitation, and social cohesion and nation building. But we do a lot of healing work, and we work with the faith-based communities to ensure that the previously divided communities come together, get to know each other, and they move forward as one united, diverse South Africa. We are privileged to be moderators of this session on this very important topic that I'm sure you know we are grappling with. Both Africa and other countries are dealing with the same issues of refugees, of migrants, and those that are internally displaced. The migrants and refugees faces significant challenges, including vulnerabilities, displacement, human rights violations. And we do know that the faith-based communities can play a crucial role in providing the support, in the protection, and also in advocating for these individuals. The critical challenges of human displacement in particular, especially linked to conflicts, but also these days increasingly linked to climate change. It presents policy challenges for governments. It presents these challenges also for humanitarian work that various organizations also do. But we know that as faith-based communities, the concepts of generosity in welcoming strangers, in protecting them, it's what we are enjoined to do. And therefore, this session will focus on these issues, looking at what are different communities, structures, and organizations are doing to address such. What are the challenges, what are the lessons, and what do we need to do to ensure this protection, and also to ensure that we do our bit as instructed by our various faith communities and religions, but also as responsibilities of government and these other organizations. To kickstart off our panel, let me hand over to my co-moderator, Christina, to do a brief introduction and to introduce the first panelist.
Thank you for choosing to join our breakout. Before beginning, just a couple of housekeeping. We do have one panelist who is missing on the slide, so we wanted to give full recognition also to Father Peter John Pearson, and we also will not be following in the order that you see on the slide because we're wanting this to have a cohesive flow. We're going to kind of go high level, do some framing, have some of our faith actors here speaking about the work that they're doing in their particular faith communities around these issues and through their faith lens, how they look at protection, and then we will kind of draw it all back together at the end through more of an academic lens. So with that being said, again, my name is Christina Tobias-Nahi. I'm with Islamic Relief USA, and I've been part and parcel of these forum for many years, and working on refugee issues is one of my portfolios, and watching the wavering and unwavering support of the faith communities to protect those, as we heard earlier, who are the most vulnerable, and watching the different political dynamics and how that plays out in every one of these forums where we are hosted. We are an international humanitarian development and advocacy organization, and it is my real delight to participate on this panel because we work with at least 3 of these organizations doing either first response, humanitarian relief, and or refugee response. I may pose some questions to them about some of those partnerships. So in the panel just before, in the plenary, we heard that call that, there's not been enough attention maybe this week around the crisis in Sudan. And it was actually somewhere that I had wanted to start out because it is now, with over 4 million displaced, the largest humanitarian and displacement crisis that we're facing. And Islamic Relief is very proud to partner with both Hayes, who is down here, and we will be introducing them later, on some refugee work with Sudanese who have been displaced to Chad, as well as with UNHCR. And there our partnership is working on housing for women and children specifically, which is both a protection mechanism and also, as we've been speaking so much today, a dignity measure, right? To be able to give these unaccompanied families a place that is dignified to reside, and they can be protected from GBV and other exploitation that we know is rampant. So I'd like to pass to Shafik, who is from the UNHCR, to speak to us and kind of give us a broad approach on some of the policy work and policy approaches they are doing to buffer what are increased drivers of displacement around the globe. And as part of that also, we are well aware that public perceptions often shift from being very welcoming in these communities. Communities often are very generous in the beginning, and then we start to see that shift, and it gives way to xenophobia and other concerns. So we'd love you to address these issues.
Thank you very much, Christina. Thank you. It's a great honor and privilege to be part of this amazing conference, summit, in preparation of G20 with great civil society contributions and recommendations to come up from it. So as UNHCR, on behalf of our global family, I would like to thank you all and organizers for inviting us to be part of it, to voice what is supposed to be actually those that needs to voice themselves, but we are actually an intermediary advocate for the refugees displaced internally or stateless persons across the world. Currently, we are looking at record numbers of 123 million on record for 2024 recorded, and looking at more rise at that, historically speaking. There has been no other period in our establishment since 75 years. So this is our anniversary, 75th anniversary of UNHCR, post-World War II, one of the first United Nations agencies to be established post-establishment on the build-up to League of Nations that turned into United Nations Charter that really works on peace building, really at the very core of it, and human rights and humanitarian law that has stemmed out of it. But there's 75 years, one of the oldest conventions that has been signed, majority-wise in the world. But now we're looking at really a regression and very sad times, because we see even more conflict-driven displacement, as Christina was asking along the lines in her question, that I know. This morning at the plenary, I was very moved by the very candid words of our South African colleague on the stage, talking about the legends and realities, and making a, speaking of from the ground upwards, saying that climate justice doesn't necessarily speak the truth of the ground of poverty line. And for us, it's the same thing. Climate change can be a driver of conflicts because of internal displacement to start with, because of diminishing resources, change of land, spaces between communities. There could be, it could be a driver, but it's not the main reason. It's still, unfortunately and shamefully, that the rising number of conflicts, real wars, real persecution, that drives the majority of 123 million people that are recorded from 2024 surveys of UNHCR officially announced this June. And next year we look at much more recent numbers, unfortunately. Same goes for statelessness. We're talking about root causes that can be prevented and eradicated. Again, voiced this morning at the plenary very wisely by Jerry Pillai. And those root causes include right to nationality because of discrimination on gender-based laws in certain geographies in the world, some prejudices and everything else. We can't have our children to be registered from birth, also equally due to poverty and access. So we are really grateful on that front. I'll turn into a more positive thought now with a global policy line that we have since 2018. December, the General Assembly of the United Nations has actually affirmed a new policy line that's our lighthouse now. That is called Global Compact on Refugees. That means multi-stakeholder approach because not a single one actor, neither UNHCR nor a state, can carry these solutions on their own. We do recognize every single effort by every single actor on the table equally. That includes with the recognition of faith-based communities, religious leadership, that is recognized in Global Compact on Refugees. That is a contemporary version of a global policy that is complementary to the conventions as international law that we have on statelessness as well as refugee law. So that's our approach, that we do know with everyone on the table that's the only way to deal with it, including local actors and refugees themselves being part of the community and the voices that are part of the solution. And we're just really the facilitators. We recognize ourselves as facilitators in the whole solution finding, durable solutions and eradication, as well as prevention methods. So here I just want to pause and maybe to continue with a more interactive conversation. These are some of the initial global thoughts that I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you for setting that framing. And thank you for setting the tone. I will now move to Pastor Gareth Steed. Speaking about knowing what to do, as indicated, what lessons can we learn from the response of faith-based organizations to the xenophobic attacks in South Africa in 2008, especially with regards to the addressing the systemic issues and the roles played by policymakers, faith-based organizations, and other community leaders?
Thank you very much, Dr. Jane. And I feel very much like that young man who was tragically killed in a flood, and he found himself in heaven. And he said, I've got to tell everyone what happened. This is a big disaster. This flood is a big story. And he gathered everyone he could, and he was about to tell everyone what happened. And then someone next to him leaned over and said, don't forget, Noah is in the audience. I feel very much like that young man, with many Noahs in the audience today. And I want to tell two stories and then extract some lessons. The stories both have to do with xenophobia in South Africa, xenophobic attacks and outbreaks. In 2000, and both stories start on a Friday afternoon and evening and culminate with newspaper headlines the following Monday morning. The first one was on Friday the 23rd of May. I was in my study and I received a phone call from one of the leaders in our church who was at the Philippi East police station. Now, Philippi East is a community in Cape Town, central to eastern parts of Cape Town. And the police station was a refuge for thousands of fellow Africans from countries other than South Africa, seeking refuge out of fear for their lives. Some of them were members of our church, some of them were members of other faith groups, some of them did not prescribe to any particular faith, but they were all fearing for their lives, because earlier that day, some political activists and instigators had gone through the community and put little notes under people's doors before they woke up in the morning, saying, "You must leave. We are going to come and loot your houses and your shops. You must go back to your country. Get out of here. You are not safe here." And the fear just went like a wildfire through the community. So by the end of that day, there was a crisis. Now, there's a backstory to that. It happened 2 weeks before that in Alexandria Township in Gauteng. And unfortunately, a number of people lost their lives because of violent outbreaks. One particular newspaper headline was a Mozambican man who was burnt to death, burnt alive, just because he was not from South Africa. So there was a fear in the national mood. And when this political or instigation happened, people reacted and took it very seriously. To summarize the story, by the end of that Friday night, we went to go fetch people. We actually took buses with us. And we ended up with 2,000 people in our church building by the end of that night. Many churches and then the mosques joined in as well, and whoever could, civil society kicked in. There were 20,000 people displaced through that weekend from various, it wasn't just Philippines, that was just one community we responded to. And the most beautiful thing happened. What could have ended up with terrible violence actually was taken seriously, was then addressed with human dignity, and communities mobilized while government leaders were asleep. And I say that with all honesty. In fact, within a week of this crisis that continued, government departments in the city of Cape Town and the provincial government were still at loggerheads. It just so happened, if you understand the political context of South Africa, that the Democratic Alliance ran the city government and the African National Congress ran the provincial government at that time in 2008. So they had a political standoff with how to respond, locked behind closed doors for days on end, while the faith-based organizations mobilized and did what we shouldn't expect government to do anyway, but we should work with government. And by the Monday morning, the newspaper headlines were not with a man burnt alive. That happened 2 weeks before. But the newspaper headlines, if I recall, in the Cape Argus, were in big, bold letters, "City opens its heart." And a positive narrative began. And it took another 6 weeks to reintegrate those people who were displaced by fear, intimidation, and violence back to those same communities where they lived. It took a lot of hard work. It took, a lot of them said, we want to leave South Africa. We appealed to the United Nations, the UNHCR. They sent officials. A lot of people had been displaced from other countries seeking political refuge and other violence, and they were seeking help. And there are many great lessons that can be learned from that. But I want to just share one more story that I've only recently, like very recently heard from one of the knowers in this room here today. And I'd like Director Oscar Sawali to stand up. He's standing there in the blue. Would you stand, please, sir? I want to just acknowledge you. Here's a man who's trained thousands of mediators across South Africa and in many countries of Africa. I just want to honor you, sir. And Reverend Oscar and myself got to work mediating during Fees Must Fall in 2015, which was a story for another day. But he told me a story that happened last year, just before our elections, in a community in Drakenstein, which is not far from Cape Town. It's near the city of Paarl. And the story is told also on a Friday. This outbreak happened on a Friday as well. I don't know what it is about Fridays. But there was a Zimbabwean man having a beer and a South African man came into this little moment, and he stole the man's beer and drank it. Then he did it to another Zimbabwean. Fast forward, he kicked over the third beer, I think, and then the Zimbabwean man said, "This is enough," and told him to stop, and then resorted to violence, and a knife emerged from somewhere. And I believe, if I understand the story correctly, the South African man tragically was killed. He died in the fight that he started. Within minutes, maybe hours at most, the entire community was up in arms. South Africans were chasing every Zimbabwean they could find in that community. And there was a riot, there was a crisis. But thanks to community mediators trained by people such as Reverend Oscar Sawali, they were able to arrive on the scene. So again, police stations were places of refuge. And in this story, no one had to be removed to a place of safety or a temporary refugee shelter. In this story, the community mediators went straight to the scene, got to the bottom of the issue, got the family of the deceased South African to meet the people who had retaliated and create a community dialogue. By midnight, there was peace. They had agreed to pay damages for the funeral and assist. They reduced the conflict to its essence rather than escalating beyond control. And so the lessons we extract from, and the newspaper headlines, and Reverend Oscar tells me he only heard about the story on the Monday morning. And the newspaper story was crisis in the Drakensberg, as if it was ongoing. It had been resolved 2 days before. And he phoned his local mediators and said, "What is going on?" In fact, he used a stronger term than that. And they responded saying, "Don't believe everything you read in the newspaper. This matter was resolved before midnight on Friday. This is old news. We're at peace. There is no crisis anymore." So the lessons we extract here from both these stories is early detection and quick response is essential. Number two, there's a very important role for community mediators to resolve conflicts. Faith-based organizations must work hand in hand with government. And we must always focus on integration. Integration is a key to address the systemic issues that causes these conflicts.
Thank you. Thank you for contextualizing with stories. We started up high, and now we've personalized it. I hope we will have the chance later to talk about public narrative and media, because I think that's a very important point. But you did mention about early detection. And I'm actually going to be passing next to Alyssa from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But before I do, she had a colleague earlier on one of the other panels, one of the elders, who was also talking about community response. It was more in the context of emergency preparedness. But I think this is a very important point to tease out when we're talking about both early detection and preparedness before these things erupt. So could you kindly talk to us about some of the work that the church is doing? And I know you had an interest also in talking about some of these emerging and changing needs that you're seeing with the refugee and displaced populations that you're working with. And one of those is the increasing need for mental health services. And we've just heard some of these tragic tales that had murder and reconciliation in them, but how do you work with these communities that are fearful maybe to go back after such an incident has occurred?
Thank you so much. I want to take what you've said and kind of bring it into the resettlement part of the refugee experience. I once met a man who was a member of my faith, and he told me his story. He told me that there was a point in his life when he was extremely anti-immigrant. He did not support the idea of allowing refugees or immigrants into the United States. He was very vocal about his feelings, and that's just where he stood. In his community, he lived in California, in his community there began to be an influx of refugees being resettled to his community, and he kept his distance. And then those refugees began to attend his church. And so the proximity of those refugees became closer and closer, and they were then, sharing a church together. And his bishop asked him to lead an effort to establish gardens for the refugees who had come from an agrarian society and were used to being farmers. And there was some extra land on the church's property outside of the building that could be turned into gardens. And so the bishop asked him if he would lead the effort to work with these refugee families to establish gardens. He was reluctant, but he agreed. You can imagine what happened. After that experience of working one-on-one, of getting to know these families, these individuals, of hearing their stories and knowing what they had experienced prior to coming to the United States, all barriers broke down. And he became a very strong advocate for refugee resettlement in the United States. And I share this story to illustrate the importance of these one-on-one experiences and the power that they can have when we sit and talk with somebody that we don't understand or fear, and listen to their experiences, and the role that faith organizations can have in helping to make those conversations, facilitate those conversations. I love this statement made by Elder Patrick Kieran in 2016. He said, "Being a refugee may be a defining moment in the lives of those who are refugees, but being a refugee does not define them. Like countless thousands before them, this will be a period, we hope a short period, in their lives. Some of them will go on to be Nobel laureates, public servants, physicians, scientists, musicians, artists, religious leaders, and contributors in other fields. Indeed, many of them were these things before they lost everything. This moment does not define them, but our response will help to define us." Powerful, right? The number of displaced persons in the world and refugees, as we've heard, is growing. It's more than ever before. The conflicts are complex and difficult. And so we at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints began to see that a new approach to humanitarian work would be needed. And before the United States determined to pull aid, we had come up with a plan at the church, and we decided to test out a theory or an approach whereby instead of providing funds to an organization here and an organization there, we would try to create coalitions and consortia who could work together. And so we reached out to several of our close global partners and asked them if they would work together and work on an issue. In this situation, we asked them to work on child nutrition. and ask them to come to us and tell us what they could accomplish by working together. This would require them to identify each other's strengths and to work within those strengths, depend on each other to accomplish greater things than if they were working alone. We've just completed our first year of this. We came from that with 4 consortium, and they just completed their first year. We're waiting for the reports back to hear how that went. I know in many ways we were able to accomplish more than we set out to achieve, and we have yet to see what else has been the result of that. And so I'm really excited about that approach and look forward to applying that to other types of refugee work that we're doing. And I'll finish with the mental health question. One of the things that we've noticed is that there just are not enough mental health workers in the world to be able to attend to all those who have emotional needs. And so we've taken an approach at the church to teach psychological first aid. What this means is that we're teaching our members how to have conversations with those who are just, have just experienced a crisis and need somebody to talk to. So the approach teaches 5 principles: being compassionate, allowing others to express their feelings, empathizing and normalizing responses, suggesting ideas for ways to cope, and offering hope. So that when there is a disaster, for example, or we've used this in Haiti with earthquakes, we've used it as refugees have fled the situation in Ukraine, that they have somebody to talk to, somebody who knows how to listen and what questions to ask, so that we can provide some initial first aid that maybe will help so that the needs don't develop into longer, deeper needs in the future. So those are just a couple of things that we're doing.
What powerful words. This moment does not define them, but our response will define us. As we reflect on that, let's shift our focus to Sister Lesa, who's the director of Talita Kum Zambia. What is your organization's response and contribution to the protection of the migrants and the promotion of their rights?
Thank you very much. Something that shaped our organization happened on the 30th of July, which is the World Day Against Human Trafficking in 2022. Talita Kum, with government departments like Department of Immigration and also UN bodies, traveled to the eastern part of Zambia, Chepata, which is a border of Zambia and Malawi. And one of the activities that we were carrying out there to commemorate the World Day Against Human Trafficking was visiting what we call in Zambia correctional facilities, which are called prisons. Now, something that struck me when we went there, we found 262 migrants. Well, according to government, they are prohibited immigrants. And I asked some, this is a group that is coming to us just to look for solutions for their plight. And I didn't know who they were. So I asked a colleague who was, working with government. I said, who are they? Why are they in prison? And he tells me, oh, they are prohibited immigrants. Where are they from? From Ethiopia. So for how long are they stayed here? Some 1 year, others never said, oh, so what is happening? So it really looked like people were stranded. And literally all of us who came out there, we came out sad. What should have, helped us to commemorate the Anti-Human Trafficking Day just ended in that space. So we as Talita Kum were very struck by, that group of people that seemed stranded, and started reflecting on what we could do. So we went to government departments to ask, what is it that is happening? So they asked us, they told us that, look, Ethiopia is not our immediate neighbor. Zambia does not have money to airlift
these migrants back to Ethiopia. So we actually wrote a letter to the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security to allow us to have an encounter with them. So we were given a condition, yes, but we were given a condition. We needed to work with an officer because we were suspicious. Why were we just interested in international migrants who were in prison and not the Zambian prisoners? You know, so we welcomed that idea, and we started going to profile migrants. In that case, just as she spoke about, having an encounter with them one by one. We would ask them, using a profile form, where are you from? What motivated you to travel? Where do you want to go? Because, as I said, they didn't have documents. So then their destination actually South Africa. They like to be here. But then Zambia cannot allow them to proceed without those. And in fact, according to the law, they are supposed to serve a sentence for an administrative offense, since they are not criminals. So they would save few months in our correctional facilities and then, say, get back home. But we don't have detention centers. So whether you pay that fine, which is it could be equivalent to $13. So you pay, you still have to stay in the correctional facility. So how are we responding to this? We organize people who speak different languages, and thank God we have, religious congregations that are missionaries, so some speak French, Swahili, because it's different people. It's mostly Ethiopians, but we have people from Malawi, people from the DRC because of the instability there, and that's the work that we've been doing, connecting, trying to interpret, speak to them, find interpreters, but also working with the Department of Immigration so that we facilitate their return. At this stage, I know that they left their country because they needed a life somewhere else. But once they're in prison, their destination for many of them is they want to go back because, first of all, food. They are also in prison. Their movement is restricted, and the like. And now it's mostly boys and men. Boys as maybe 13-year-old boys up to maybe 30, 40 men. But sometimes we've also found women who would have just been studied for different reasons. So that's what we are doing, profiling them and then going to the department to ensure that, especially those that are our neighbors, can actually retain and maybe retain in a better way. But as I speak also, I feel a sense of powerlessness when we deal with this issue because, for example, we return people to where they didn't want to be. So what solution are we actually creating? Of course, some of them go home and they actually call us and say, we are very grateful that you did this because we connect with their relatives. If they have money to purchase an air ticket, then they can fly and they'll be happy to be home. But also they are happy that their relatives know that they are not dead. They are in Zambia, but they are trapped in a correctional facility. So we feel powerlessness in the sense that we cannot prevent, they are coming. Like we're not dealing with prevention strategies because how do I go to Malawi and start, work of prevention because I don't understand why they are leaving. Of course, they tell us why they are leaving. They want a life and a life in South Africa for many because that's what, they believe would give them a decent life. So we really encourage, somewhat we do encourage bilateral conversations. What are these two countries doing, for example? What countries in Africa doing? Are they profiling the issue of migration and sitting together to find solutions that will help? That's basically what we are doing, and that's the challenge is this helplessness, and we don't have the money to be airlifting people. Apart from that, we do also try to go to embassies. So if it's sometimes we also find few South Africans who go to a South African embassy and say, we have someone from your country, how would you help? And sometimes we get that help, but I must say that we are doing what we can by providing, interpretation services, but with the greatest challenge because in Zambia we don't know the Ethiopian language, don't know, for example, Arabic. So to find people who are speaking that language becomes hard. Sometimes we do find nationals who actually know, who are living in Zambia and do know the language. But because we don't know what they are talking about, they actually ask these migrants for exorbitant amounts of money, like $200, $2,000 US dollars, and say, you give us $2,000 US dollars, we'll get in touch with the person in South Africa where he's supposed to go, and they can then send that money, and you can we can buy an air ticket for you to get back to Ethiopia. So that conflict. So do we begin to learn different languages? Sometimes it's almost impossible, but we are working together with different people that can help. So that's really where we are. But that is the part of migrants. But when it comes to refugees, some of the things that we do is that we are bringing young people together to tell a story about how they are experiencing what life is for them in Zambia. Of course, good stories, and also some elements that they find as a challenge.
I do not think that was intentional at all. We were enjoying learning these case studies. And I think you brought up a very important point, Sister Keola, that we should not forget here, is that we are providing relief and a life somewhere else, whether that is temporary or whether that is permanent. And we also failed a bit at the outset when we were talking about some of the drivers, that most of these families and women and children on the move, this is not by choice. They would rather be in their countries of origin, and we cannot forget that when we're working with them. So I would like to pass to Hayes. I mentioned earlier that Islamic Relief has a longstanding partnership with them, not only in Chad that I mentioned, where we've been responding together to the Sudanese refugee crisis, but in some other countries as well. And one that I think is very significant, and I always like to highlight, because I think it's such a beautiful case and very challenges the narratives that we always hear about the Muslim-Jewish relationships, is that we actually have a shared joint office in Lesbos, Greece, responding to the refugee crisis that started with the Syrians that were coming across the seas from Turkey, and now is responding to Africans and other diaspora populations. I've been to that office. You walk into the office, it says, welcome to Islamic Relief and Hayes. And the staff on the ground, because they are attorneys doing pro bono legal service and need to be citizens of that country to work in the court and judicial system, are actually Orthodox Christians, Greek Orthodox Christians. So, it's just a beautiful blend of all of these faith communities working together on this. So I would like to ask you, given that, and knowing that, when Hayes started, they were responding to the Jewish exodus, but that has changed. If you could talk to us both about how Jewish teaching and that Jewish experience informs the approach of Hayes, and how that population shift of the beneficiaries you serve has come about.
Thank you so much, Christina. It is such an honor to be here today and to be on this panel with such respected moderators and esteemed panelists. Hayes is the international Jewish humanitarian organization that provides vital services to displaced people around the world. We draw on our Jewish values and history, and we work closely with host communities and refugee and asylum seeker communities themselves to help them advocate for the fundamental human rights that they need in order to live in dignity and in freedom. In the book of Vayikra, or the book of Exodus, we read, "When a stranger resides with you in your land, you shall not wrong them. The stranger that resides with you shall be to you as one of your citizens. You shall love them as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God." And within Jewish law, it's interesting that few tenets are repeated as often as this one. 36 times in the Torah, we are told to welcome the stranger. A hallmark of the Jewish tradition is the ceaseless struggle for justice, and the two pillars of tzedek, justice and charity, and tikkun olam, or repairing the world. And the philosophy of these two ideas forms a universalist tradition within Judaism that really fosters sympathy for the oppressed, for the vulnerable, and forms the basis of the human rights culture that we share in many faith traditions and around the world. So this principle of protecting the stranger is very important to our community, and it is also driven by the Jewish experience of being displaced not only in the biblical era, but has been reinforced in modern times as our community has experienced persecution and displacement, because we know what it is like to be discriminated against because of who we are and what we believe. There is a lesson that what is first applied to Jewish people experiencing persecution around the world, and later we have expanded that to reach out to people of all faiths, races, and backgrounds. For centuries, Jewish refugees have fled persecution, and our immigrant experience goes back to the roots of our faith. And because of this, we cannot ignore the trauma that is taking place around the world and to different communities. And this really informs the work that HIAS does globally and the work that we do in our South Africa office as well. So as Christina mentioned, originally we were created to help Jewish refugees escaping persecution in Eastern Europe, and HIAS is the oldest refugee agency that was started in headquarters in the United States of America. And we were really looking to ensure that families and the broader faith community who had moved to America was then given opportunities. And when America closed its doors on immigrants about 100 years ago, HIAS offices stood open around the world, from Argentina to Europe, to help people find safety in countries that would accept them. And when, thank God, we had fewer Jewish refugees escaping persecution, HIAS was faced with a choice: to either shut down or to expand our mandate to include people of all faiths and backgrounds in our work. And fortunately, our leaders chose, guided by the scriptures that I mentioned and the experiences of our community historically, to choose the latter. And HIAS has been helping millions of people around the world find safety and protection. And whilst today many of our clients are not Jewish, we do continue to help Jewish communities around the world when needed. So some of our values, which I love to speak about because they are mirrored across all the major faith groups and traditions, are to welcome, as I mentioned, or hachasat orchim. We also have justice, tzedek, and empathy, or chesed, as our pillars, partnership, or chevruta, courage, or metz, resilience, ruach, and also just respect and human dignity. Those are also principles that form our work and the work of our partnerships as well. And our programming really covers a variety of areas. We have a focus on legal support and legal protection, helping refugees and asylum seekers get the necessary documentation in their host countries and communities so that they are able to access healthcare, education. Economic empowerment and livelihoods is another area that we run programming, as well as mental health and psychosocial support, because so many of the people that we assist have been deeply traumatized in their home countries, on their journey to safety, and then sadly, again, as we know in South Africa, with the horrible instances of xenophobia and Afrophobia, people are re-traumatized where they're trying to find safety. And advocacy is also a huge focus of HIAS's work around the world, engaging on anti-discrimination awareness and issues of xenophobia, which are sadly universal. In South Africa, we opened our office in October 2023, and we have taken a localization model, working with trusted partner organizations on the ground who have many years of experience in the refugee sector. and we do indirect implementation through them. So partners include Lawyers for Human Rights, probono.org, as well as Refugee Social Services. And we have a focus on KwaZulu-Natal, where we first began our operations, but we have expanded to different parts of the country, and we've really looked at legal protection, advocacy, and support in terms of mental health and psychosocial support, particularly for women and refugee youth. We know that foreign nationals in South Africa face a complex challenge, a web of issues and difficulties, as I said, accessing legal protection, documentation, access to education, and there are socio and economic hardships and entrenched xenophobia. And something that I know a lot of our partner organizations are dealing with at the moment is the issue of medical xenophobia that we're seeing particularly in KwaZulu-Natal and in Gauteng, but in instances around the country. And it's a growing problem that NGOs in the sector, government, and refugee community organizations need to work together to really address. I'll stop there now, but thank you so much.
Thank you. I think I think everyone who came into this room knew how pervasive this crisis is, but we've done a little bit of a whirlwind, a global travels. We've gone from South Africa to the US, to Zambia, to Greece. And we've also talked quite a bit about values and welcoming of strangers. I think we're gonna take this back to South Africa. We're gonna pivot and take this in a little bit of a different direction when we have lost that neighborliness, we have lost that warmth of welcome. We're going to ask Father Pearson to bring us around to that, if he can talk about some of those principles of neighborliness and how he has explored how victims of apartheid policies of exclusion rapidly, and this was his words, rapidly, became practitioners of both race politics and exclusion politics, and how that came about, and what do we do about that?
Listening to Gareth, I was so wishing that we could say that which happened in 2008 and which has happened repeatedly is a footnote in history, but it's anything but. Many of us, I think, here saw clips this morning, video clips, of several groups of people from a political party called Action SA to movements on the ground, Dudula, Operation Dudula, and March on March, go into Addington Hospital yesterday and stop doctors and nurses from working, stopping pharmacists from fulfilling prescriptions, and so it's anything but a footnote. It's a very present reality and an incredibly horrible stain on the achievements of our liberation and of our move forward, and it remains a stain there. But I say that also bearing in mind that it is also a stain on our faith communities. Because the kinds of social dynamics, the kind of pedagogical dynamics that we know go into that kind of violence of a rapidly declining paradigm shift from being the oppressed to being a new group of oppressors happens for many, many reasons. But one of the things that really speaks powerfully to that move is the internalization of our oppression. The internalization of the ways of resolving conflict, which we know for the 300 years of a colonial society and a settler colonial society in this country has meant that we know no other way to resolve conflict other than through violence. And if our faith communities, be they what they may, and in this country something like 80%, 78% of people acknowledge adherence to a form, or an organized form of religion, if we together have not been able to work at the changing of hearts, so that there can be a changing practice, so that there can be a changing narrative, and there can be a changing practice, then we need to stand and accuse ourselves of not fulfilling our religious mandate. We need to look to ourselves and say, yes, of course, all the reasons that are given routinely and correctly for that shift is true. But we as faith communities who have the capacity, who have the wisdom, who have the practice of changing hearts and minds have failed. So stop. No. Changing hearts and minds of people as we have done for centuries. And if we haven't done what our traditions have been exquisite at doing, then there has been a failure. And let me take it back to the work that I do and the teams with which I work. We are not involved in the responses to any of the very toxic issues which were raised today. But we work in the world of policy, in the world of a faith community that deals with policy and that tries to find the roots of a policy that speaks to our contexts. I work for the Catholic Parliamentary Liaison Office, which, on behalf of that church, but also other faith communities, seeks to explore the world of policy and find a way of making it contextual and appropriate. And that's a difficulty in our time, because I think the flows of peoples has raised at least 4 concerns that I have, and I'm not going to answer them, tempted as I might be. I'm going to raise them for our discussions at another time or in the spaces in which we operate. I think the one thing that has been noticed in this shift to responding to such great numbers, people routinely say it's the biggest since the Second World War, but one of the things that has been more worrying has been the coherence, the shift to a homogeneous policy of political exclusion. We've moved. In the past, we had distinguishing responses to a range of things that gave us the space and the foundations to build on. You know, the non-aligned movement with the West or the North, different ideas on coloniality, on colonialism, on the responses to imperialism, all very different, the responses of economic systems. But on this issue of excluding people from within our boundaries, there seems to have been a consensus that exclusion must frame any political response. And that I think we need to note. Secondly, I think, and it flows from that the pressure of populism and of cheap nationalism has also meant that we've not only surged to exclusivism, but we have also conflated migration with a whole range of other things: national security, food security, a range of reasons. And so we're not dealing with migration per se, we are dealing with a conflated mix of things that might speak into each other, but aren't actually the same thing. And so people cherry-pick their responses to those issues, and in cherry-picking also conflate very dangerously their responses. I also want to suggest that in the religious community, in the faith community, there is still in transition a shift from writing and thinking about, for want of a better phrase, pastoral responses, faith responses to the crisis, rather than trying to work on a comprehensive theology of migration, which for all of us sitting here is based on the Imago Dei, the principle, the reflection on the image of God in all of us, which takes us in a very different trajectory. And I want to suggest that that is the second important point, that we have a language, that we transition from a language of pastoral care to a language of reflection on the dignity of the person whom we are responding to. And that takes us again on another trajectory. Having said that, or saying that, I also want to point out, as my third or fourth or 11th point, I'm not sure anymore, I also want to point out that it does highlight the limitation of language. That it highlights the limitation of language, and if you read closely, legislation and policy moves, whether it's accept one, return one, which has been popularized in the UK since 2 days ago, or our own legislation here, one of the things that really strikes you and which we as faith communities must be resilient against is that the language begins to conceptualize the problem of the people in terms of their political status, not in terms of their human dignity. And so we have language emerging like documented and undocumented, alien. And I always thought those were in the movies, but alien. All that language that now defines people politically rather than the theological language that defines people spiritually. And that we need to deal with and move against, so that their human identity rather than their political status becomes the defining feature. And let me make a last point, that one of the problems with the limited language we're dealing with is that it reinforces asymmetrical relationships. And we can never get to the heart of exploring the theological construct of being made in the image of God while we also tolerate asymmetrical relationships. Let me leave it there. Oh. Leave it. I tend to break things. No. I'll just sit up straight.
What a mouthful. Alana says and reminds us, love a stranger as you love yourself, and the principles of justice. And we are hearing Pastor Pearson here, firstly talking about the internalization of violence, but also he says we must stand and accuse ourselves for having failed in our responsibilities. But he speaks about cheap nationalization. I think, therefore, I am. It's us first, it's me first, and forgetting the values and the principles of Ubuntu. Sister Lisa also talks about the issue of documentation, about migrants and refugees not having documentation. And that brings me to you, Mr. Lance Thomas, from the University of Pretoria. We have often heard, and not only here in South Africa, but internationally, the narrative and the question of migrants as illegal. In your work, especially with the churches, what is your experience and what is your view on the issue of migrants and refugees as illegal?
Thank you very much for your question. As a black South African, having grown up under apartheid, I'm always very cautious about who is illegal in any context. When I grew up, our government said that apartheid was legal and that black people were inferior to white people. And so when power creates a narrative of illegality, I'm always cautious. And I ask, to what ends is this narrative being created? And so when I look at the issue of migrants as illegal, it says that there's something happening here. And so what I've tried to do is to unpack that. So I want to give a story that happened just over a month ago. Gareth mentioned Why Friday. On a Friday morning, about 6 weeks ago, the Minister of Home Affairs, who's a DA minister, went to a place called Plastic View in Pretoria. And Plastic View is a community created of poor builders who built one of the richest housing complexes in Gauteng. And because black labor is so cheap, the people who built all these mansions now live under plastic. And these wealthy people look down and they see, my view was destroyed by plastic, so the place is called Plastic View. The locals call it Wood Lane Village. And in order to win votes for the upcoming elections, and a show, because Solius Brunk, who is a DA minister who had just been deposed as mayor and hoping to win back the city of Tshwane, decided they're going to have a show of power. And they went and they centered on this community of Plastic View, arresting all illegal immigrants. And they did it on a Friday morning. Why? Because the courts closed at 1 o'clock. And so the time we heard about it and the time we tried to approach the courts to stop them, we were only given a date for Monday. So it is a Friday morning. Mostly women were arrested. The men ran away. We know we're very brave. But the men were taken to actually a worse place than the women. The women were taken to Lindela Repatriation Center because they were undocumented. While we were struggling to get contact with the ladies in Lindela, getting the court dates, we were given a date for Monday at 10 o'clock. Children came home from school. There were no parents. Luckily, I've started a project within the university because I'm a theologian. They trust me. They believe that I will give them the right teaching. And my God is always the God of the slave. I think the Ten Commandments starts with that. Remember that you were slaves in Egypt. You will have no gods. The pharaohs chose to be your gods. They told you that they were God. Don't worship states, worship God. And so my people that come to this Bible study, they understand that. It's interdenominational and it's been active for the last 3 years. And so while they were trying to get food to take to Lindela, because women were taken out of their homes, children in Lindela were in their underpants because their mommies hadn't dressed them yet. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 10 children came home. They couldn't find anybody that they knew. So we took them to the local church, who were part of our Church Champions network. And we were told the evening that if we don't reconcile the children with their parents, then we are involved in trafficking, and what we are doing is illegal. So we managed through the Church Champions Network and other friends, we were able to get food and clothing for the people taken to Lindela. On Monday morning, we got a phone call from some of the women telling us, we're on the bus, we think we're going to court, because we told them 10 o'clock is the court date. And then they were on the bus too long. And they say, we're starting to see the signs for the Zimbabwean border. And so before the court date, before the court time, the women were almost at Beit River Bridge. And so when we got there with, we brought the Lawyers for Human Rights, we worked very closely with them. We went in as church, because we wanted to scout. The Lawyers for Human Rights went in as lawyers. They were told there are no refugees there. We went in, we met with one Ugandan woman, because she wasn't Zimbabwean. And we found out that the men were in another place, but this place looked nice and clean because the Human Rights Commission was coming in the afternoon. And so Lawyers for Human Rights were told there are no refugees there, there's no migrants there. We met with migrant and her child, who was also in a short on one of the coldest days. Our powerful governments always do this on the coldest days of the year. And the men were in another place. So when we came out, LHR said all the migrants have moved. We said, nope, this is our intel, this is what we had. So the time UNHCR came, UNHCR, this Human Rights Commission came, at least they knew where to go to. They asked, where's the other spaces? So soon after that, the ex-mayor of Tshwane said, well, our government prevents people from breaking down homes. So they couldn't break down the little informal homes that was built, the people built themselves. But they said, but now these people are gone, we must better break them down before people come back. And why I saw his urgency, it was in all the newspapers, let's break it down before the people come back, because our government is going to keep it open. What I had heard is that when the women got to the Zimbabwean border, the Zimbabwean border official said, you don't have any documentation to bring them back. We can't accept them into the country. And so instead of saying, oh, mea culpa, I've made a mistake, they sent the buses back empty, and the women had to navigate their way back to Tshwane. And we are men. We know there's only one commodity a woman has that if she can sell it, I'll give her money for, so she can navigate her way back to her family. And so I asked the question, who's illegal? The people in power they want us as people of faith to believe that it is our role to support government, like Pharaoh wanted the Egyptians to serve, the Israelites to serve him. And so we have to say that a new motivation has to inspire our church. We have a big problem with televangelism, American TV. I've always learned, when I studied economics, they said that Tanstafel, there ain't no such thing as a free meal, as a free lunch. Every single home in every single informal settlement or township playing gospel TV 24/7. When America went very xenophobic, all of a sudden all our townships were very xenophobic. All of a sudden the black body has become a new border. We're not worried about people's documents that are not black, but if you're a little darker than I, you cannot have access to a clinic. I want to see your passport. I want to see your ID. Last week, Friday, a pregnant woman was dragged out of her hospital bed. She died and her child died by Operation Dudula. In my mind, the most colonized black people in our country. Dragged out. Where's the humanity? Where's the dignity in that? Dragged out. 3 arrested, went to prison because Operation Dudula has not been touched since this point, and we have to ask, who are the political people who enforce and protect them? And we know who they are. 3 arrested. Operation Dudula wants to overtake the police station because they want their bodies free. Have we stopped seeing black people as human? Black people stopped seeing black people as human. We understand from America, but it is you, my brother, that is doing that to me. And so I think as church, we need to create a different theology. I come from the Faculty of Theology and Religion at the University of Pretoria. We created the theology of apartheid. The theology that we have in our churches, the theology we preach in our churches, shapes what our people believe and think. It shapes who our God is. And I follow Pope Paul VI, who says, God is not neutral. God is always on the side of the oppressed. And so therefore I stand where my God stands. And my theology is where my God is. And how do we get our ministers to understand that?
Thank you. I want to just make one response to that, and then I know that Jane's going to open up to the audience for questions and to help moderate that discussion, just because that was touched my heart. And we're seeing the situation in the U.S. It's unprecedented with immigration raids and these sweeps. And there are places that were untouchable before for enforcement authorities to come in, which had traditionally been hospitals, schools, and houses of worship. And those are now open for this to happen, to such an extent that the faith communities, Muslims and other communities, are doing, know your rights education. And to your point about separation of families, making sure that families have plans in place and contact information for another close relative or family friends, that in case children come home from school and they don't find their parents or extended family there, that they know what to do. And what a sad state that we have come to this. I'd like to pass it to Jane to take us towards the open session.
Yeah, we're just going to request 3 to 4 questions or commentary from the floor. We request that you be very brief and very precise. And then we'll give the panel just 30 seconds to wrap up as we finish. We'll start with the youth, and we have noted the 4 hands, and that will be all.
Thank you so much for all the incredible contributions that have come out from this panel. My question is, okay, I'm from Malawi, Grace Chirongo, and we have got Itzareka refugee camp. There was a point, I think it was last year, where the government of Malawi said all the refugees that are staying in the country should go back to Zareka. The community which was meant for 10,000, but now, right now, it's supporting close to 50,000 plus citizens, the refugees. But now my question here is, but you have also seen how impactful it was on the economy. How can us, faith-based organization, support, not only in terms of providing a humanitarian aid or whatever, but also supporting the idea of long-term integration of refugees to the host communities? Because I know it's a controversial topic, but has got also the benefits even to the host communities. Thank you.
I will start at the back and I'll finish here. May you start then? Let's start then, we'll finish here. With
Thank you to the panel for raising very pertinent matters. I would like to just highlight, and some of the colleagues already, one of the gentlemen made the references during the xenophobia period. The Muslim community equally played an important role in housing the refugees at mosques, and irrespective of faith and religion. And some of these particular people remain in these particular mosques for many, many days. And it became obviously a very challenging time because many of these refugees were also from Somalia, and they were really pushed into the ocean. And at one given time, the Muslim Judicial Council hosted a very important meeting, a critical meeting, to find some form of solution, to bring some type of sanity back, and for the dignity to prevail. And I think this type of action is so required by faith communities, that we should remain, and how faithful are we to our scriptures? Because when we speak about justice, when we speak about truth and truthfulness, then this should apply to one and all across the globe. And I believe the G20 must be able to be genuinely raising the issue of displacement. Because if we look at Gaza, then the reality is that by the United Nations definition, were or other people in Gaza defined as refugees? And if so, how should we, as the G20 and the interfaith community here, play a pivotal role in protecting the rights of the people of Gaza, keeping in mind that they have been displaced from many, many areas during this past 2 years, and those are the facts on the ground. And so as a panel, I believe that this should be one of the areas that we should equally be highlighting in terms of what do we do in terms of faith, rights, and protection as so demanded by our very holy scriptures. Thank you.
Thank you. There's also my brother in the back there. No, there's another hand. I'm Haley Fudu. Thank you all for your incredible offerings to us. I had a comment and a question. The first one is, my first time in South Africa was 2001 here in the beautiful city of Cape Town, helping with the Baha'i Socio-Economic Development Project to help integrate refugee families into neighborhoods with South Africans. And I want to share just a little story, because what happened was, by working with the children and creating a space where refugee children and South African children could become friends, and the refugee children could learn a common language, the common tongue of English, all of the prejudice and barriers broke down with the children. And when the children became friends, the parents had no option except to learn how to work with that. So in the story we heard earlier of these children went home and there was no parents, what should have happened in that neighborhood is there should have been local South African families. These are our children. We'll take care of them until mom and dad get back, because this is our family, right? So it worked very well, and it was just a pilot project, but I wanted to ask, as a neighborhood intervention that can be replicated, what are some other neighborhood-based interventions that all of these different incredible organizations and efforts can also kind of share with us to help us learn how to sustainably work on this problem in South Africa and in our other communities? I have this beautiful vision of Jewish and Muslim kids together in children's class programs in their neighborhoods, getting over the issues happening in the Middle East. So this is where I see a transformation happening myself, but I would love to hear examples and ideas from the panel on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Rampe Shobo. I'm a Jesuit from South Africa, but working in Nairobi. My question is, multifaceted. What else can faith-based organization do to create opportunities of encounter, those platforms of encounter that hopefully will change hearts and minds of people and attitudes? What else needs to be done over and above what has been done? And to promote that Imago Day that you talk about, and which also, by the way, it's there in the preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's been there for 8 years. It's not something that people do not know. So what else do we need to do to make people aware or to help people change their hearts and their hostile attitudes? And when you look at that, the faith-based organization, being best placed as we are, how can we promote that integration that goes beyond the places of worship and make meaningful interactions in daily interactions of people's lives? And coming to you, Memon, you mentioned the Global Compact. I mean, since 2028, December 2028, when that was signed by
2018.
I mean, we see that, yes, I agree with you, the way it's written, it's meant to help us all, including migrants and refugees, to live a better life to manage migration better. But since then, governments and people have become more and more hostile instead of coming together. So what else can faith-based organizations do to help us change or make the situation better? I think, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so I'll just throw it back to the panel as you respond and you make your final commentary. 30 seconds to a minute, please.
We're going this way. Okay, so just on question 2, just to acknowledge, I see the gentleman slipped out. Anyway, but all the different groups in the xenophobic response of faith-based organizations worked together. all of the different faith groups. So just echo what he said. I apologize if it didn't come out clearly enough in the limited time I had. And we even engaged government as a combined group, which was very effective. Just maybe a comment on question one. I think the long-term integration is such a key issue you raise. And integration is a complex subject. You have to respect the person's right to their own identity, their faith, their story, but you also have to help them build bridges so that they can embrace this possibly temporary home, which might become their permanent home. And those bridges are vital. So my closing point is actually to your question on what examples. One of the best examples, and I love your example of working with children, to remove the barriers that prejudice, that is learnt. There's an organization called Heartlines, that's a faith-based organization with a methodology called What's Your Story? They go to schools, they go into all sorts of organizations, and they help people at the grassroots level, at a neighborhood level, create storytelling moments. And that's probably one of the most effective tools to building those bridges that reduces the risk of xenophobia and increases the imago Dei that we see in each other.
I think the word that emerged most in the various panelists' contribution was the word justice. That the whole concept was, the whole discussion was threaded through with justice. And I would just want to offer one thought. It's not mine, it's the thought of St. Augustine of Hippo, who reminds us that charity is no substitute for justice withheld, that we need to be cautious of.
Thank you so much. Elissa, you can come through.
I appreciate the question about what more can be done. And personally, I've decided that change starts with me. And so what can I do to make a difference in my community? And the decision that I made a while back is that I have zero tolerance for listening to people talk ill of one another. And so that's something that I can stop in conversations that I'm involved in. And if somebody comes and has intolerant type of talk, I can stop them and say, that's not something that I'm willing or that I want to listen to or challenge them in some way. As a religious group, what more can we do to create places of understanding? Many of our congregations are looking for opportunities to exchange cultural celebrations with people of other faiths. And so we have participated in celebrations with our Muslim brothers and sisters and with our Jewish brothers and sisters. And so that gives us an opportunity to understand each other better so that when challenges come up, we can defend each other, that we're close, that we know somebody, that we've had an experience, and we can speak on their behalf.
Thank you. Sister Lisa?
Paul Collier, the economist, in his book, The Bottom Billion, speaks of a life you can save, and I totally believe that. So, I'm saying that Paul Collier, the economist, in his book, The Bottom Billion, speaks of a life you can save. So all of us can save a life. And I want to speak to integration, the question that was asked about integration. How can we support? There are documents of accountability, such as policy documents, but also laws. So it is our duty to advocate, to ensure that governments or institutions that have responsibility can actually do what they should do. Because policies can be there, actions change lives.
Yes,
thank you so much. I really like the question from you, and I think when we are addressing issues that are affecting refugees, asylum seekers, and displaced people, we need to have social cohesion and social upliftment as top of mind, because the host communities are often struggling themselves with entrenched systems of inequality. that we have in our country. And so we cannot isolate one group and address their human rights issues without addressing the broader picture. And I'd love to end with a quote from the late Chief Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, who said that I used to think that the most important line in the Bible was love your neighbor as yourself. But then I realized it's easy to love your neighbor because he or she is usually quite like yourself. What is harder is to love the stranger, the one whose color or language, culture or creed is different than yours. That is why it is commanded to love the stranger, because you were once strangers. And that's why it resonates so often throughout the Bible, and it is summoning us all now today.
I suppose I would like to finish off with the idea that we need to do grassroots training. It shifts away the idea that we are all racist to our core. The fact that we try to make this a poor issue is problematic in my mind. The communities are communities, and they are strong communities. The assumption that those 10 children couldn't find a home because they were in community is a presumption, I think, that we shouldn't easily accept. I think power creates so much fear in the vulnerable that they are too afraid to act justly and rightly, not because they don't know how, it's because they're so vulnerable. And so how do we deal with this vulnerability? How do we create an alternate narrative? And I think we fail as people of faith in that. And I often think of when Pope Francis started speaking up for migrants, American Catholics, who have up until that point thought the Pope was God, asked the question, a very real question, is the Pope Catholic? They wanted to check his theology, because it was so different from the exclusivity that they felt as American people, that there couldn't be another theology. This is the only way to be state. And so up until that point, every political narrative, every law protected them as white people. And when they had to give up that, the theology changed. And so for me, our problem is much, much larger than trying to get children to play together.
So great. There's a lot of wisdom here from what we believe also in Global Compact that is embedded in it as local solutions, responses to challenges that has also walked us through with the wisdom of all my fellow speakers here, from lived experiences, from experiences of near history, that brought about a lot of, I think, knowledge forward. So we are in no place in a policy-making space internationally, sir. You were asking to guide, because what we were hoping for, which hasn't been spoken about, is the very recent trauma of COVID period, 2.5 years. And nobody speaks to that trauma. Somehow I find it extremely strange, because it was a humanitarian crisis where solidarity was at its bare minimum from the richest countries to the rest of the world, whereas there was solidarity amongst, for instance, BRICS countries that has changed the rules of the game in international scenery as well. What we were hoping for, what Secretary General of the United Nations have kept asking for during 2.5 years of COVID period, where the world seized with the same pandemic, and we were all impacted in the same way. We hoped for a ceasefire all across the globe, which happened for a very glimpse of periods, and then there came 2021, Afghanistan regime, and everything else, and we found ourselves in even more eruption of conflicts and wars. So there are so many loopholes that has happened for policymakers. This is just a lighthouse that I was talking about that allows UNHCR and alike to at least to be able to recognize those actors that we really cherish the efforts of on the paper, that actually makes them legitimate to sit at the table eye to eye. So apart from a policy line and a lighthouse, the practice doesn't lie with the intergovernmental system that we call member state system of United Nations. is up to the political decision makers of each and every country, which changes. This is a different era. We can't predict what is going to happen the next day, but certainly since 2021 August, things have been really going downhill when it comes to displacement, and that's how we reached 123 million forcibly displaced people at the very core. And that's why all these experiences that are being spoken with wisdom, recommendations that's coming up from here is staying there for us to be guided as a role model. What we can say from UNHCR side the most is that we're just very, very proud to be able to make these partnerships with faith-based communities or religious leadership and recognize them in our official policy that has been affirmed by member states. That didn't exist before. It's a contemporary way of approaching things in partnership. So we believe in that. We believe in those kind of solutions. And next to me, Christina was mentioning together with Hayes here about welcoming the stranger, but that has changed the language thanks to the trio partnership that you have with Lutheran World Federation, that you have actually upgraded the language from welcoming the stranger to becoming neighbors and sharing the future together equally. So that's where we stand now in a contemporary world, and where we hope to see with our implementing partners across the world as well, such as yourselves, that are working interfaith ways. Thank you.
Thank you. And as an implementing partner, but also as one of these organizations doing advocacy, that's why we continue to hold these panels. We thank you for your engagement. We had this same panel, not the same speakers, but the same panel last year in Brazil. And the year before, we had it in Italy, and the challenges and the opportunities and the contexts, are similar in some ways and different in other ways, but we will continue to push and to be advocates. And we want to thank you for coming, but also tell you if you're interested in delving more into this topic particularly and thinking about more creative solutions and policy recommendations, we are having a session tomorrow that's a fishbowl session, which is very interactive, and we will invite you to come to that one as well. And for that, I would like to thank Jane, who's been a wonderful co-moderator. We've enjoyed working together these last couple of weeks, and if you want to say any final words.
Just to thank you all for being such a lovely audience and allowing us to push you just a little bit over time. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Yeah,